Voison, The Affair of the Poisons. Written by Alana Sanchez, narrated by Vivienne. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, edited, copied, altered, printed, shared, unauthorized storage on electronic devices, or distributed without the written permission of the author. Author's note. This book is written from the awareness that the affair of the poisons is preserved through records created inside pressure. The surviving material, interrogations, accusations, confessions, legal decisions, does not function like a modern investigative file built on forensic certainty. It is a human archive shaped by fear, bargaining, coercion, political boundaries, and the court's need for a containable ending. Testimony in such conditions can be truthful, strategic, exaggerated, contradictory, or all of these at once. For that reason, I have avoided presenting the record as a clean map of what really happened. Instead, the narrative holds two realities at the same time: that Paris contained a clandestine economy of remedies, charms, and illicit services because official structures could not meet many private needs, and that the inquiry into that economy was shaped by the state's demand for legibility and closure, which altered how events were described, recorded, and remembered. The silent narrator voice is chosen to keep the reader close to the machinery without turning the story into sermon or spectacle. It aims to show how the scandal worked, how names moved, how fear changed memory, how power drew a line it would not cross, and how an ending could be manufactured that satisfied the public while protecting the court. Where the historical record is unstable, the book does not claim certainty it cannot earn. It treats the archive as both evidence and instrument, a source of detail, and a demonstration of how authority turns detail into narrative. The goal is not to flatten the affair into a single moral, but to make visible the pressures, legal, domestic, social, political, that produced both the clandestine market and the panic that followed. Preface. Paris in the late 17th century was a city that lived on surfaces. Rank, piety, marriage, money, everything depended on what could be seen, and on what could be plausibly denied. Behind the bright facades of court and church, there was another Paris, the one that handled problems too dangerous to speak aloud. In that Paris, secrets had a price, and solutions traveled hand to hand. This book begins in that shadow. Catherine Deshayes, remembered as Voison, did not become notorious because she was singular. She became notorious because she was useful. People came to her the way people always come to someone who offers answers, quietly, through recommendation, through fear, through urgency, through a friend who says, "I know someone." Some arrived seeking comfort. Some arrived seeking power. Some arrived seeking an exit. The details shift with each telling, but the pattern remains. When law, faith, and reputation offered no mercy, the desperate went elsewhere. And then the city learned the name of the elsewhere. The affair of the poisons is one of history's most intoxicating scandals. It has everything a writer is tempted to chase: midnight masses, whispered aristocratic lists, hidden powders, bodies, confession. It also has everything that can lead a reader astray. The record is crowded with testimony shaped by terror and coercion, with official reports built for political ends, with later retellings that sharpen rumor into certainty and theater into fact. Some accounts are solid. Many are unstable. More than a few are designed to shock. So this is a historical true crime book with a clear promise: I will tell the story as honestly as it can be told. You'll see me linger on how things worked, how a woman like Voison could operate openly enough to be found and carefully enough to survive, who sought her out, and why. You'll see me follow the case the way it unfolded, not as a neat legend, but as an investigation that gathered momentum, rewarded accusation, and ultimately demanded a center it could punish. When the sources are strong, I'll say so. When they fracture, I'll show you the fault lines. When the story becomes myth, I won't pretend it's marble. Because the most frightening part of this scandal isn't only what may have happened in back rooms. It's how easily a society built on appearances can turn secrecy into a system, how quickly panic can become policy, how confession can become currency, and how a woman who makes herself indispensable can become, in the end, expendable. What follows is not a Gothic fairy tale and not a courtroom transcript. It is the closest thing we can assemble to what occurred: a portrait of a city that needed darkness to function, and a woman who learned to sell the lanterns until the light swung toward her. If you're ready, we'll step into Paris. Chapter 1: The City of Surfaces. Paris presented itself as certainty. Stone and ritual held the place together, church bells marking the hours, uniforms and liveries signaling rank, carriages cutting clean lines through streets that rarely were. The court at Versailles radiated order in the way a chandelier does, bright enough to dazzle, bright enough to throw the shadows elsewhere. In the capital, those shadows pooled in doorways, behind shutters, along the Seine, and in the narrow lanes where a person could disappear within a dozen steps. A city like this ran on appearances, but it survived on what happened beyond them. Reputation was a form of currency, guarded with the same care as money and, often more. A name could be lifted by a marriage, ruined by a rumor, steadied by a donation to the right parish, or shattered by a letter read in the wrong hands. Piety was performed in public and negotiated in private. Law sat at the center of the kingdom, but it did not reach every corner evenly. For many, the difference between safety and disaster was not innocence or guilt. It was whether trouble could be kept quiet. Most trouble could. Pregnancies arrived when they shouldn't. Husbands strayed. Wives withdrew. Lovers demanded. Debts tightened. Illness drained households with the patience of a slow leak. Servants listened at keyholes and carried stories across the city with bread, laundry, and candles. Every household held its own small theater of compromise, sins managed, injuries disguised, failures turned into virtues by force of repetition. When compromise failed, people looked for alternatives. The official Paris offered familiar remedies: the confessional, the courts, the physician, the apothecary, the monastery, the family council. These remedies could be expensive, humiliating, slow, or simply unavailable. A woman could not petition the world the same way a man could. A servant could not fight an employer's story. A noble could not openly admit to a problem that would stain a lineage. And in a society built to punish scandal, the mere act of seeking help could create the ruin it was meant to prevent. This was the gap. Into that gap stepped practitioners who did not advertise, who did not hang signs, who did not promise miracles in ink. Their trade moved by word of mouth. The neighbor who knew someone, the midwife who had heard of a woman with hands, the maid who had seen a packet change hands without a name being spoken. The city called them by many titles: fortune-tellers, wise women, poisoners, conjurers, and no title held steady for long, because steadiness was a liability. The work itself was rarely presented as criminal at the outset. It was framed as assistance. A consultation might begin with talk of luck or love, with a candle and a prayer, with a reading that gave language to fear. A client could leave believing they had bought comfort rather than action. Comfort was not harmless in this city, it was often the first step toward something sharper. The language stayed soft by design. Powders were remedies. Drops were for the nerves. A packet was something to make him kinder. Each phrase offered cover. Each phrase allowed the client to keep a clean self-image while moving closer to the edge. Paris did not invent this economy, but it perfected it. There was demand at every level. The poor needed work, food, protection, relief from pain, relief from a violent household, relief from the constant strain of making ends meet. The wealthy needed their problems to disappear without leaving fingerprints. The church preached submission, the law demanded proof, medicine offered uncertainty. In the spaces where none of these institutions provided a workable answer, clandestine markets thrived. Not in the open, but not entirely hidden either, more like a second set of streets layered beneath the first. If the city had a pulse, it could be heard there. It was in the rhythm of errands, a servant sent out at dusk with instructions that did not match the household story. A woman walking 2 streets too far for a loaf of bread. A man arriving alone at the back entrance instead of the front. A midwife called at odd hours. A small coin exchanged for a scrap of paper, folded twice, then burned. A prayer said with the intensity of a wager. Nothing about this had to involve murder to become dangerous. Sometimes it was only leverage, knowledge that could be used, a letter intercepted, a confession coaxed out, a fear sharpened into obedience. Sometimes it was an illicit love affair managed through charms and tokens. Sometimes it was abortion, called by euphemisms that varied with the speaker's shame. Sometimes it was poison. Poison was not exotic, it was practical. In a period without forensic certainty, without a reliable way to distinguish sickness from harm, death could be made to look ordinary. Fevers came. Stomachs failed. Lungs filled. A person declined. The city was full of natural causes: plagues, aftershocks, poor sanitation, contaminated water, harsh winters, hunger. Against that background, A death had to be extraordinary to be questioned. The perfect crime did not need brilliance. It needed plausibility. The fear of poison was widespread precisely because it was believable. It was also a fear that served power. A court could be controlled by paranoia as easily as by devotion. The suggestion of hidden enemies justified surveillance, arrests, and trials. It redirected public anger into a hunt for deviants. And it allowed the state to perform moral certainty, even while its own machinery depended on secrecy, favour, and quiet deals. The city watched itself constantly, and still it missed most of what mattered. There were too many bodies in too little space. Too many rivalries. Too many reasons to lie. In such conditions, the truth did not simply emerge. It had to be dragged out, and dragging often reshaped what was found. A witness might speak to survive rather than to be accurate. A confession might be a bargain. An accusation might be a weapon. The line between what happened and what was said to have happened could become thin enough to tear. By the time the affair of the poisons gathered its name, Paris had been primed for years. It had been primed by inequality, by violence behind closed doors, by the intense pressure placed on women's bodies and reputations, by the brittle moral theater of the court, and by a justice system that could move brutally when it chose. It had been primed by an everyday familiarity with small deceptions, necessary deceptions, that made larger ones easier to imagine. Most of all, it had been primed by the city's deep dependence on secrecy, secrecy to protect status, secrecy to protect families, secrecy to protect the state. Once the first thread was pulled, it didn't come away clean. It came away tangled, with gossip and fear, with real crimes and imagined ones, with private vendettas and public panic. The investigation that followed would not merely uncover a hidden world. It would create one in the public imagination, complete with villains that could carry the weight of collective dread. In that world, a single name would begin to surface again and again. Not at first as a legend, but as a convenience. The person who could be approached, the person who could arrange, the person who knew what to say and what not to say. A woman whose trade was proximity, whose power lay in connections, whose name sounded almost ordinary. The neighbor. By the time Paris said La Voison with certainty, the city had already decided what it needed her to be. Chapter 2, The Neighbor. In the quartiers where people lived close enough to hear each other breathe, a reputation could be built without anyone ever seeing the work. Catherine Deshayes was not born with a scandal attached to her name. She belonged to that vast, mostly undocumented Paris that kept the city running. The women who carried messages, delivered babies, laid out bodies, mixed infusions, mended clothes, and listened. Their knowledge was practical, inherited, traded, and constantly tested against reality. It did not need a license to function. It needed trust. Trust was earned the old way, through results, through discretion, through being the person who didn't panic when someone else did. The title that stuck to her later, La Voison, carried its own kind of camouflage. The neighbor sounded harmless. It suggested familiarity, proximity, a woman who belonged to the street rather than above it. A neighbor was someone you could approach without drawing attention, someone who could be spoken about in half sentences. She's nearby. She can help. You didn't hear it from me. It was a name made for passing along. Paris produced many such figures, and the city tolerated them more than it admitted. Officially, the church condemned superstition and unlawful remedies, the state insisted on order, physicians defended their status. Unofficially, people did what they had always done. They sought the person who would actually come when called, the person who would speak plainly, the person who charged less than a doctor and asked fewer questions than a priest. The work began where embarrassment lived. A woman worried she was pregnant. A wife wanted her husband's attention back. A servant had a sickness they couldn't afford to treat properly. A man feared a rival, feared being discovered, feared losing control. A household wanted someone cured quickly, quietly, without the expense and scrutiny of formal medicine. The first approach was rarely blunt. It was wrapped in euphemism, softened by spiritual language, sheltered behind a reading or a prayer. It was easier to say I need guidance than I need an outcome. A fortune-teller's table could be a confessional without judgment. A charm could be a placebo with theater. A small ritual could be an excuse to hope. And hope, in a city that exhausted people, sold well. But the table was also a sorting mechanism. The right questions could separate the merely anxious from the truly determined. A practitioner who lasted learned how to listen for what was not said, The pause before a name, the way someone refused to meet the eye, the sudden certainty when a client mentioned money or inheritance. Deshayes' genius, if it can be called that, was not simply in what she supplied, but in how she navigated clients who needed to feel righteous while asking for something that wasn't. The performance gave them cover. Candles, saints, prayers, murmured Latin, elements that could be explained as devotion if anyone interrupted. Objects that looked like harmless religious paraphernalia could be used as props, or as packaging. A client could tell themselves they were not seeking harm, they were seeking justice, protection, relief, balance. The language made the request feel less like a crime and more like a correction. A correction to the world's unfairness. Paris made that story plausible. Women had few legal exits from a bad marriage. Servants had little defense against accusation. Illegitimate pregnancy could ruin a life while leaving the man untouched. Even the wealthy could be trapped, by appearances, by alliances, by the need to produce heirs. A person who promised to bend fate, or at least to help, offered agency in a society that rationed it. Agency was intoxicating. Deshayes did not operate alone. No one did. The city's underground was not a single organization, it was a mesh of overlapping roles: midwives, herbalists, priests on the edge of orthodoxy, chemists with flexible morals, servants who could move between households, messengers who knew which doors were safe. A woman like Voison sat at the center not because she controlled the whole web, but because she understood how to use it. She knew who to send where. That mattered as much as any powder. If a client wanted a marriage repaired, it could be handled with theater and suggestion. If they wanted a pregnancy ended, the work required knowledge of bodies and methods best spoken about in whispers. If they wanted someone weakened, sickened, made pliable, then substances entered the story, sometimes as medicine, sometimes as something that couldn't be described out loud. The city itself helped with concealment. There were too many smells, too many cooks, too many remedies in circulation. Households kept stores of herbs, oils, syrups, and powders. Illness was common. Death was common. The line between an apothecary's preparation and a poisoner's product could be thin enough to hide inside ordinary life. A packet tucked into a sleeve did not announce itself as murder, it looked like any other purchase made in a city full of shops and stalls. And households ran on hands that were not their own. Servants handled meals, linens, medicine, laundry water, chamber pots. They moved freely through private spaces while remaining socially invisible. That invisibility made them useful as messengers and intermediaries. It also made them convenient scapegoats when something went wrong. The power of the elite depended quietly on the labor of people they rarely regarded as fully human. That same dependence created vulnerabilities the elite couldn't admit. A clandestine market flourished in that contradiction. At first, Deshayes' clients may not have been the famous ones. Most operators build outward from the local and the desperate, those who can pay a little, those who need something urgently, those who tell a friend when the result seems to work. Word traveled through kitchens and courtyards before it traveled through salons. It climbed the social ladder the way gossip always does, carried by the people who crossed thresholds. Once it reached the top, it changed shape. The wealthy had different needs. They wanted distance. They wanted deniability built into the arrangement. They wanted someone else to do the risky parts, to procure, to deliver, to speak to the wrong people. They wanted a service that felt like a private channel rather than a back-alley transaction. They also wanted discretion so thorough it bordered on conspiracy. Deshayes could provide that because she could speak both languages. She could reassure the anxious with ritual, and she could reassure the calculating with logistics. She could offer empathy without softness. She could present herself as a woman doing what women had always done, helping, tending, advising, while quietly expanding what help could include. That expansion was gradual. It had to be. A practitioner who jumped too quickly from love charms to lethal powders wouldn't last long. Clients needed to be led to the edge by steps small enough to justify. The edge was always there, waiting. Not every client who came to her wanted death. Not every story that later attached itself to her name was true. But the city's conditions made the worst versions of the story feel credible. People did seek abortions. People did seek leverage. People did seek to remove obstacles. Paris contained enough quiet cruelty, enough casual violence, enough desperation that the idea of a woman selling solutions did not require imagination. It required opportunity. Opportunity is what a neighbor has. A neighbor knows who is fighting with whom. A neighbor sees who comes and goes. A neighbor hears the careful lies told in public and the raw truth spilled in private. In a city built on surfaces, proximity is a kind of power. Voison's power grew from being close enough to gather secrets and far enough outside respectable institutions to act on them. That balance was delicate. It held only while the city looked away. Paris could ignore a great deal when it suited. It could tolerate unofficial practitioners because they solved problems no one wanted to solve in daylight. It could pretend the underground was only superstition and theater, not commerce. It could allow rumors to circulate without demanding proof, because rumor served the social order. It frightened people into compliance and gave them someone to blame. But the same rumor, once it turned into panic, became a weapon. When a city decides it is being poisoned, morally, spiritually, physically, it begins to crave clarity. It begins to demand names. It begins to search for a center point it can arrest. And the neighbor, who has always been nearby, becomes easy to picture standing at the heart of it all. By then, it hardly matters whether she chose the role. The role chooses her. Chapter 3: The Trade in Solutions. A clandestine business survives by making itself feel ordinary. It doesn't announce a product. It offers relief. It borrows the language people already use for hardship: nerves, weakness, bad luck, a wandering husband, a cruel employer, a sickness that won't lift. The client arrives with a story they can live with, and the practitioner receives it without flinching. That calm is part of the service. In Paris, fear was constant, reassurance was rare. The room matters. A place where a person can speak without being overheard is valuable in a crowded city. So is a place that looks respectable enough to explain itself if someone knocks. The table can hold candles, a few devotional objects, a deck of cards, a bowl of water. It can look like piety or superstition, depending on who is asking. The set dressing does two jobs: it soothes the client, and it gives everyone an exit. An exit is always needed. Most clients do not arrive saying "I want poison." They arrive saying "I want him to change." They arrive saying "I'm afraid." They arrive saying "I can't do this anymore." The desire is shaped into words that protect the speaker from the ugliness of what they're asking. It is not only fear of law that makes them speak this way. It's fear of themselves. The service begins with listening, because listening is how a request becomes a purchase. A skilled operator hears the problem beneath the problem. A husband's cruelty might be about inheritance. A lover's absence might be about pregnancy. A household dispute might be about money hidden inside a marriage contract. A rivalry might be about status, or about the quiet power of a name. The client might not understand their own motives cleanly. They often don't want to. They want a solution without naming the cost. Naming the cost changes everything. The trade works best when responsibility is distributed. That distribution is not accidental, it's a design. If the client can tell themselves they did not directly order harm, they can keep their identity intact. If the practitioner can tell themselves they only supplied a remedy, they can keep their hands morally clean. If a servant delivers the packet, if a cook adds it to the broth, if an illness is already expected, then no single person has to carry the entire weight of the act. Paris provided endless hiding places for that weight. Kitchens were crowded, meals were shared, and the same ingredients moved through many hands. Household medicine was common. Tinctures and powders were stored beside spices. Midwives and wise women made infusions that did real good and caused real harm depending on the dose and the body. People died frequently enough that grief did not always arrive with questions. That normality was the perfect cover for irregularity. For many clients, the first purchase was theater. A charm, a prayer, a written phrase folded and worn against the skin. A small ritual performed at an hour that felt significant. A candle lit with instructions to watch how it burned. These were not merely superstitions, they were permission slips. They allowed a person to act, if not against someone else, then against helplessness. Even when they did nothing in the physical world, they did something in the mind. They turned waiting into effort. Effort looks like virtue. The next step could still remain safe. A love powder, meant to soften a husband. Something to ease tension. Something to encourage fidelity. Something to make a rival look foolish, not dead. The language stayed gentle because gentle language keeps the moral panic at bay. It also keeps the business open, A client who feels they've crossed a line too early will disappear, and disappearing is bad for trade. So the line is approached gradually. The instructions become more specific. The requests become less romantic and more practical. He needs to stop. She must be out of the way. I can't afford another child. He'll never let me go. The client might still refuse to say what they mean. They might look away, let the silence speak. Silence is useful. Silence allows both parties to pretend the words weren't exchanged. But the work, when it turned darker, required precision. A powder had to be small enough to hide, stable enough to travel, tasteless enough to be swallowed, convincing enough to be sold. It had to fit inside a story. A sudden death in a healthy young body raised questions. A lingering illness did not. Something that mimicked natural decline was safer than something dramatic. That safety wasn't simply for the practitioner. It was for the client, especially the wealthy, who could be destroyed by scandal even if the law never touched them. The wealthy paid for deniability more than for danger. They wanted distance built into the arrangement. They wanted intermediaries. They wanted payments made without witnesses. They wanted plausible reasons for every meeting. They wanted the practitioner to carry the risk of connection. If the story broke, it needed a center that was not them. A woman like Voison made herself useful by understanding that need. She did not have to do everything personally. The work could be divided. Another woman might prepare the substance, another might deliver it, another might provide the ritual cover. A midwife might handle bodily matters that required experience. A priest on the margins might sell absolution disguised as spiritual guidance. A servant might act as courier, moving through doors that were closed to others. The network did not need a formal hierarchy. It needed trust and habit. Habit is how a secret world becomes durable. Clients returned when the first request seemed to work, even if what work meant was uncertain. A husband's sudden kindness could be coincidence, but coincidence feels like proof when someone is desperate. A pregnancy that didn't appear might be timing, but timing feels like intervention when fear has been constant. A rival's sickness might be natural, but natural illness feels like justice when resentment has been rehearsed for years. The practitioner doesn't have to promise certainty. They only have to promise possibility. Possibility is enough to keep people coming. It is also enough to keep them talking. Word of mouth spreads fastest when it carries a story, someone who was saved, someone who was helped, someone who knew a woman. In a city where women's pain was frequently dismissed, the rumor of a woman who listened and acted had a particular force. That force attracted every kind of client. Not only the fragile and frightened, but the calculating. Not only those with no power, but those with plenty who wanted more. It is one of the uncomfortable truths of the affair. The same clandestine market could serve both ends of society at once. Desperation and ambition often reached for the same tools, simply for different reasons. The trade in solutions thrives where official solutions fail. The church could instruct a woman to endure. The law could insist she prove what was done to her. Medicine could shrug and offer leeches. Family could protect the family name rather than the individual. In that landscape, an underground practitioner became an alternative institution, informal, flexible, responsive, ruthless when asked. There is a temptation to treat this world as a separate Paris, hidden beneath the real one. It wasn't separate. It was threaded through daily life. It relied on the same roads, the same kitchens, the same churches, the same servants, the same social rituals. That closeness is what made it dangerous. A clandestine service that sits at the edge can be contained. A clandestine service that sits inside respectable homes can't be dismissed as an outsider's vice. This is where the seeds of collapse were planted. The more clients the network served, the more stories it accumulated. The more stories it accumulated, the more vulnerable it became to panic. A trade built on secrecy is stable only while secrecy remains private. Once secrecy becomes a public obsession, the same connections that made the business possible become liabilities. A network can survive a few bad clients. It rarely survives a state determined to find a center. And Paris, primed by fear and rumor, was moving towards that determination, one whispered solution at a time. Chapter 4. The First Thread. Scandal doesn't begin with the scandal. It begins with something small enough to dismiss, a rumor repeated twice, a death that doesn't sit right, a servant who talks too much, a household argument that spills into the street. Paris was full of these small disturbances. Most of them burned out quickly. The city had an appetite for sensation, but it also had an instinct for forgetting, especially when forgetting protected the powerful. This disturbance didn't burn out. The early arrests didn't look like the opening of a state crisis. They looked like what Paris had seen before: police moving on petty crime, informers selling names, women hauled in for theft, fortune-telling, illicit remedies. The city had long tolerated a low hum of unlicensed practice and occasional sweeps to remind everyone who held authority. It was ordinary enough to feel temporary. Then the questioning started producing the wrong kind of answers. A person under pressure will offer what they think the interrogator wants, not truth necessarily, structure, names, places, chains of connection that turn their own problem into someone else's guilt. In Paris, where survival often depended on persuading the right person, testimony could become performance. Fear made people creative. Fear made them compliant. Fear made them sharp. And fear made names travel quickly. At first, the names belonged to the margins: women who told fortunes, women who supplied remedies, women who worked around pregnancy and pain. The state already understood how to prosecute them. They didn't require a political theory, only a moral one. Superstition, fraud, unlawful practice, these were tidy categories, and tidy categories were comforting. But the testimony didn't stay tidy. The more the authorities listened, the more the story thickened. A charm became a spell. A powder became a poison. A consultation became conspiracy. Clients began to appear in the narrative, not merely as victims, but as purchasers, people who approached willingly, paid willingly, demanded results. And once the idea of willing clients entered the record, the entire affair changed shape. Because willing clients implied social reach. Paris could tolerate a few illicit practitioners servicing the desperate poor. It could not tolerate the possibility that respectable households, especially noble ones, were quietly shopping in the same market. Respectability depended on distance from such things. The moment that distance collapsed, the scandal stopped being about crime and became about the legitimacy of the social order. That is when secrecy stopped being private and became political. The state's interest wasn't only in punishing wrongdoing. It was in restoring the appearance of control. In a kingdom that prided itself on hierarchy, the notion that backstreets and kitchens held power over outcomes was intolerable. It suggested that fate could be bought, that death could be arranged, that the court's brilliance rested on foundations more fragile than anyone wanted to admit. So the investigation widened. Widening an investigation in a crowded city is not like widening a net over water. It doesn't catch only what is there. It drags up debris, old grudges, misunderstandings, opportunists, people who know how to trade information for survival. It rewards accusation, because accusation produces movement. It also creates pressure for coherence. The case must become a story the public can understand, and a story the authorities can prosecute. Coherence requires a center. The early suspects were useful, but they weren't enough. A scandal of this magnitude needed a figure who could carry its weight, a person who could be framed as organizer, supplier, instigator. The logic is familiar. When a system wants to prove it can defeat a threat, it looks for a head to sever. Paris began to look for its head. As the story developed, the tone of the questioning changed. It stopped being about a specific crime and started being about a world. Investigators pressed for networks: who introduced whom, who supplied what, who attended, who delivered, who paid. The details didn't need to be consistently proven to be consistently repeated. Repetition gave them the texture of reality. Each retelling hardened the shape. In this climate, a woman like Voison became visible. Not because she suddenly appeared, but because she had always been positioned in the way the investigation now wanted to see the city, as a connector. Someone people approached through recommendation. Someone who could arrange. Someone whose name was already spoken in low voices with the ease of familiarity. The neighbor is the sort of title that travels fast once authorities begin hunting for someone near enough to everything. The neighbor becomes suspicious by definition. A trade that thrives on discretion also thrives on routine. A person who survives in it for years doesn't do so by chance. They do it by knowing when to speak, when to stop, how to refuse without offense, how to accept payment without creating a trail, how to keep clients feeling protected, even while keeping themselves protected from the clients. That kind of skill looks like guilt when the state begins measuring danger by competence. Competence is rarely forgiven. People came to practitioners like Voison because their official options felt impossible. A noblewoman could not publicly admit a private crisis without risking her name. A man could not be seen as vulnerable without risking authority. A servant could not seek justice without risking dismissal, or worse. These clients didn't want the law, they wanted outcomes. They wanted the problem resolved, while their public identity remained intact. That desire created a market built on silence. When the state turned its attention to that silence, the silence behaved as it always does under force. It broke unevenly. Some people denied everything. Some confessed to small things to avoid larger consequences. Some offered names. Some exaggerated, because exaggeration sounds like cooperation. Some reshaped their stories to match what they sensed the interrogators already believed. The result was not a single truth emerging, but a mass of statements aligning around an idea. The idea was simple enough to frighten and useful enough to prosecute. Paris was being poisoned, if not physically, then morally. Women were operating outside sanctioned structures. People were bypassing church and law. The court itself might be compromised. A rumor had become a threat to the entire image of order. Order demanded a show of force. The arrests expanded. The case accumulated. The atmosphere changed from ordinary policing to something colder, a machinery designed not merely to punish but to demonstrate that the state could reach into any room it chose. The city watched, and the watching fed the panic. People began to measure their own safety by distance from the accused. Distance could be performed, friendships denied, past encounters minimized, names forgotten. For some, forgetting was too late. Once a name entered the record, it didn't behave like a rumor anymore. It behaved like a stain. Servants repeated it. Neighbors repeated it. Prisoners repeated it in the hope of bargaining. Officials recorded it because recorded names looked like progress. The weight of the case grew heavy enough that the case itself became proof something enormous must be there. In a climate like this, the difference between suspicion and certainty can vanish. Voison's notoriety did not come only from what she may have done. It came from what she represented, the idea that a woman could build influence through other people's secrets, that a person outside official institutions could steer outcomes inside respectable homes, that the city's private life could be bought and sold. Once that idea took hold, it became hungry. The investigation began to consume everything around it: deaths reinterpreted, quarrels revisited, old illnesses reframed, private unhappiness recast as motive. Ordinary misfortune became evidence when it was placed beside a name the authorities had decided mattered. Paris had always contained tragedy. Now it contained a theory to explain it. A theory doesn't need to be fair to be powerful. It only needs to be satisfying. And in a kingdom built on the performance of certainty, satisfaction often mattered more than nuance. Chapter 5: Names as Currency. Once fear becomes official, it changes the value of speech. In ordinary life, silence protects. In an inquiry, silence can look like defiance. It can be punished as if it were guilt. Paris had always understood this in smaller ways: what not to say in front of the wrong person, what not to write down, what not to repeat. Under interrogation, the old rules inverted. Words became a form of payment. The right words could buy time, better treatment, a delay, sometimes a chance of survival. The wrong words could tighten the rope. In that room, a name was worth more than a confession. Confession could be contained. A name spread. A confession admitted an act. A name implied a network. A network implied scale. Scale implied danger. And danger justified the extraordinary measures that followed. The machinery of the state didn't only want to know what had happened. It wanted to demonstrate it had reached the hidden arteries of the city and could cauterize them. To do that, it needed a map. A map is built from statements, consistent or not, accurate or not, repeated often enough to feel real. Each prisoner contributed a piece, sometimes out of truth, sometimes out of terror, sometimes out of calculation. People spoke to save themselves. They also spoke to punish enemies, to settle scores, to redirect attention, to make their own story sound smaller inside a larger one. A large story is safer than a solitary one. If a woman is accused of unlawful practice, she can be treated as an isolated nuisance. If she can persuade authorities she is merely one node in a vast system, her individual guilt looks less like personal wickedness and more like the product of a world that has already been labeled corrupt. That framing doesn't absolve her, but it can transform her from principal to participant, sometimes enough to bargain for mercy. It also feeds the inquiry's appetite. The investigators were not passive recipients of stories. They shaped the stories by the questions they asked, the details they rewarded, the repetitions they pressed into the record. The process didn't simply extract information. It selected and amplified certain patterns, a familiar set of villains, a recognizable script of corruption, a moral drama that could be staged for the public. In that script, women carried particular weight. A woman who practiced outside sanctioned medicine could be framed as dangerous because her knowledge moved outside male authority. A woman who handled bodies, birth, miscarriage, death, already occupied a threshold space the state did not entirely control. Midwives and wise women were necessary and distrusted at once, called upon in private emergencies, blamed when outcomes were ugly. It was easy to imagine them as capable of harm because they were already capable of intimate intervention. A scandal grows fastest when it has a believable culprit. The affair's most frightening version depended on proximity: powders mixed in kitchens, drops slipped into cups, prayers said over an infant's cradle, names whispered behind confessionals. These were not distant crimes. They were domestic. Domestic crimes feel invasive. They turn every meal into a question. That is why the city panicked. It wasn't just the idea of poison. It was the idea that danger lived inside familiar rooms. With that panic, proof became less important than plausibility. A death does not need to be proven unnatural for people to fear it might be. The inquiry's power lay not only in what it could demonstrate, but in what it could suggest. Suggestion travels faster than evidence. Suggestion also produces cooperation. A person who might resist a tidy accusation can be overwhelmed by the implication of belonging to something vast and malignant. So people spoke. They spoke about meetings, rituals, preparations, clients. They spoke about intermediaries and deliveries. They spoke about the kinds of requests that arrived at a clandestine table: love, money, revenge, relief. In a city that forced women to live carefully, these requests were not rare. They were common enough to be believable, which meant they were dangerous enough to be used. The deeper the inquiry went, the more it rewarded spectacle. It is not hard to understand why. Officials needed to show the king and the public that they were pursuing something worth the disruption and expense. Spectacle legitimized the severity of their methods. It also justified the widening arrests. If the case was merely about a handful of illicit practitioners, the response would look excessive. If the case was about an organized threat to the kingdom's moral and political order, severity looked like virtue. Severity also created its own evidence. The harsher the questioning, the more people tried to anticipate what would satisfy it. Details grew baroque. Stories became crowded. Rumors entered testimony. A prisoner might repeat something they had heard because it sounded like what authorities already believed. Another might embroider a half-truth into something that would keep interrogators listening. In such a climate, the record swelled, and the swelling itself became a sign of seriousness. The inquiry was building a world, and the world needed faces. It began with the obvious targets, those already marginal, those already suspected, those without protection. But a scandal of this size doesn't remain stable if it stays low. Its energy comes from the possibility that it touches the high. That possibility is what makes the public lean in, what makes officials fear embarrassment, what makes powerful people move to protect themselves. So the high entered the story, carefully, indirectly, and often through the mouths of the low. Servants and intermediaries became crucial witnesses, because they moved through the spaces the elite considered private. They could identify who visited whom, who requested what, who paid, who panicked. Their testimony was also easy to discredit when convenient. That made it useful. It could be taken seriously to justify an arrest, then dismissed to protect a name, then returned to again when needed. Truth behaved as a tool, not a principle. This is where the affair becomes less like a straightforward criminal case and more like a portrait of power under stress. The same system that demanded names was also terrified of the names it might produce. Too many high-ranking accusations risked destabilizing the court. Too few risked making the inquiry seem trivial. The machinery needed balance, enough scandal to justify itself, not enough to threaten the structure it served. That balancing act shaped who could be punished and who could be protected. In that environment, Voison's value to the narrative increased by the day. She could carry the weight of the network without threatening a great house directly. She was close enough to the elite to be sensational, far enough from them to be expendable. She was a woman in a trade already associated with suspicion. And she was already named often enough that her guilt could be assumed by repetition. Repetition is a kind of proof when panic is in charge. Once the inquiry had decided she mattered, every statement that mentioned her became more credible, simply because it fitted the emerging story. Her name began to function like a hinge. Testimony swung towards it. People spoke of her to demonstrate cooperation. Officials recorded her name to demonstrate progress. The public heard her name and felt they had found the heart of the matter. A heart can be cut out. That is what the state needed in order to end a fear it had helped spread. An inquiry cannot continue forever without becoming a permanent threat to everyone, including those running it. Eventually, the machinery must produce an ending. Endings are easier when they are embodied in a person. Voison, the neighbor, began to take on that role. Not as a full human being, not as a complex operator within a complex city, but as a symbol, the woman through whom Paris's secrets were said to move, the woman who could be blamed for the hidden traffic of desperation and desire that polite society depended on while pretending it didn't exist. A symbol can be punished publicly in a way the real problem cannot. And once names have become currency, the symbol becomes inevitable. Chapter 6: The Net Tightens. A large inquiry eventually turns its attention from stories to logistics. Rumor is useful at the beginning because it loosens tongues. It sets the public on edge. It creates pressure for action. But rumor alone can't sustain arrests, trials, punishments. At some point, the state needs something it can point to: addresses, dates, objects, chains of contact. It needs the kind of detail that can be written into a record and carried into a courtroom. That need changes the investigation's behavior. Questions become narrower. Timelines start to matter. The same point is asked 5 different ways. Witnesses are confronted with one another's claims. Contradictions are treated as guilt rather than confusion. Silence is treated as resistance. And resistance, under a system hungry for control, is treated as a provocation. The inquiry stops feeling like policing and starts feeling like containment. Paris had always been watched. Informers had always existed. The difference now was the intensity. A city that prided itself on order turned the private sphere into a problem to be managed. The boundary between respectable and suspect shifted daily, depending on which name was circulating and who was trying to put distance between themselves and it. Distance became a performance. Former acquaintances became strangers. Servants were warned not to speak. Friends stopped visiting. Letters were written carefully, then burned. People corrected the stories they had once told casually about their lives, because casual detail could now be interpreted as motive. The city didn't merely fear poison. It feared implication. Implication was contagious. The clandestine market had relied on a quiet social contract. People pretended not to notice, because noticing was inconvenient. That contract collapsed once the inquiry began treating noticing as civic duty. Suddenly, the neighbor who kept odd hours looked suspicious. The midwife who handled difficult births looked suspicious. The woman who spoke too confidently about herbs looked suspicious. Ordinary competence could be reframed as hidden menace. The network responded the way networks do, by tightening, splitting, and turning inward. Intermediaries became more cautious. Meetings became rarer. Payments became harder to trace. Messages passed through more hands, not fewer. That made the system safer in one sense: less direct contact, more insulation, but it also made it more fragile. The more steps between client and practitioner, the more points where fear could enter and distort things. Fear distorts everything. A client who once felt protected by discretion might suddenly feel trapped by it. Discretion is comforting only while it holds. Once the state begins prying, secrecy becomes a liability. A client starts to think about who knows what, who could speak, who might bargain. The thought that a practitioner holds intimate knowledge becomes unbearable when that knowledge could be traded. This is when the relationship between client and operator can turn predatory in both directions. The client wants reassurance: "You'll never say my name." The operator wants control: "You'll never say mine." Both may be lying to themselves. Both may be making promises the system won't allow them to keep. In a scandal that has become public, loyalty is unstable. Self-preservation is steady. The inquiry understood this and exploited it. It didn't need every accusation to be true. It needed enough of them to create pressure. Pressure makes people speak. Pressure makes them speak quickly. Quick speech produces mistakes, and mistakes can be used to justify further pressure. The machinery feeds itself. Interrogation produces names. Names justify arrests. Arrests produce more interrogation. The case expands because expansion looks like success. In the midst of that, the state still has to manage its own risk. The closer the inquiry moves to powerful households, the more it threatens the court's image. A scandal can embarrass a kingdom as surely as a defeat. Too much truth, if it reaches the wrong level, becomes a political problem. So the inquiry begins to select what it can safely punish. The most expendable targets are those without protection. They can be displayed as proof of moral cleansing. They can be punished harshly to reassure the public. They can also be used to construct the narrative the state needs, that the threat has been identified, mapped, and contained. Voison becomes central in this phase because she solves multiple needs at once. She is close enough to the elite to make the story thrilling. She is far enough from them to be sacrificed. She is already associated with illicit practice, which makes her easy to hate. And she can be framed as an organizer, the sort of figure a frightened society craves because it makes chaos feel intentional rather than random. A single organizer is easier to understand than 1,000 private compromises. The inquiry's framing becomes sharper, not merely a series of individual crimes, but a system. A system implies deliberate corruption, a moral infection, an underground economy of sin and death. A system can be attacked. A system can be cleansed. In political terms, a system also absolves the state of responsibility for the conditions that produced it. The conditions are harder to prosecute than the people. Meanwhile, the city begins to rewrite its own memory of what it tolerated. Practices that had been ordinary, fortune-telling, small charms, household remedies, are suddenly recast as gateways to something monstrous. The line between superstition and murder is drawn as a straight path, when in reality it is a messy spectrum of belief, desperation, and opportunism. Straight paths are useful to authorities. Messy spectrums are not. Witnesses are nudged towards the straight path, whether consciously or not. A story that fits the official narrative is rewarded with attention. A story that complicates the narrative can be treated as evasive. Under enough pressure, even an honest person begins to shape their speech for survival, emphasizing what seems to matter, trimming what seems to irritate, repeating the phrases that keep the room calmer. This is how testimony can harden into doctrine. By now, Voison is not only a suspect. She is a container. Claims pour into her name because her name has become a place where the city can store its dread. Every ugly possibility that Paris has been entertaining in whispers can be gathered into one figure and made prosecutable. A container makes panic manageable. It also makes human complexity disposable. The practical realities, clients who wanted small favors, women seeking bodily autonomy, households managing illness, people trading in rumor rather than poison, begin to disappear behind the story the state can use. What remains is a simplified villain and a simplified world, a Paris supposedly infested by organized wickedness, requiring extraordinary purification. Extraordinary purification requires extraordinary methods. The inquiry becomes more aggressive. The penalties become more visible. The atmosphere becomes less about justice and more about deterrence, a warning to everyone watching that the state can reach into private life. This reach is not aimed equally. It falls harder on the vulnerable, and it becomes more selective as it nears the powerful. Selective reach is still reach. The net tightens not only around the alleged operators but around the city itself. People learn to fear conversation. They learn to fear their servants. They learn to fear their own past choices. And in that fear, they begin to want the scandal to end, even if the ending is imperfect. A hungry public eventually demands closure. Closure is achieved most easily when the narrative narrows again, from network to ringleader, from messy reality to moral theater. The inquiry's center of gravity shifts towards punishment that can be staged. A punishment that says, it was her. It was them. It's over now. The lie in that reassurance is not always conscious. It can be a collective need. A city that has stared too long into its own private darkness wants to believe darkness can be removed with fire and judgment. It wants to believe fear has a single source. A single source is a comfort. By the time Paris is ready to accept an ending, Voison is already cast in the role that ending requires. The neighbor becomes the monster, because the monster is what the city knows how to defeat. And once a person is needed as an ending, the outcome is rarely determined by evidence alone. Chapter 7: The Woman in the Story. A scandal of this scale doesn't only investigate a crime. It investigates the boundaries of what a society will admit about itself. Paris could tolerate private cruelty if it stayed private. It could tolerate small frauds if they stayed local. It could even tolerate an underground trade in comforts and remedies, so long as respectable people could pretend they'd never heard of it. What it could not tolerate, once the inquiry had begun, was the idea that this hidden traffic connected directly to power. That idea threatened the whole performance. So the story needed to be shaped into something that preserved the structure it endangered. The easiest way to do that was to turn complexity into a single figure. Not because a single figure could truly contain the city's private sins, but because a single figure could be punished publicly without forcing everyone else to look too closely at their own part in the machinery. A woman is useful for this purpose in a way a man often isn't. A woman can be blamed for disorder without the blame touching the institutions that created the conditions for it. She can be framed as seduction, contamination, moral rot. She can be made to carry anxieties about sex, fertility, domestic life, servants, kitchens, every intimate space where control is both necessary and fragile. The accusation doesn't have to be coherent to be effective. It only has to feel satisfying. Voison, by now, was no longer just a person being questioned. She was a solution to the investigation's own problem. The inquiry needed to prove it had found the center of the scandal. The public needed to believe the danger had a face. Powerful households needed someone else to carry the consequences of the whispers they had used when it suited them. The state needed a narrative that ended cleanly enough to restore order. The neighbor, already a name, already a rumor, became the shape that could hold all of that. Once a person becomes a container, everything is poured into them. Some of it may be true. Some of it will be exaggerated. Some of it will be invented outright. In a climate where names are currency, a famous name becomes the safest coin to spend. It is more believable than a stranger's. It is more useful than a minor operator's. It is a name that makes interrogators lean forward rather than sigh. It can be traded as proof of cooperation. The accused learn this quickly. If you are trapped inside a system that rewards accusation, you accuse. If you are asked for a network, you provide one. If you sense that a particular name unlocks attention or leniency, you repeat it. The inquiry doesn't need to tell you what it wants explicitly. The room teaches you. The room teaches you through what it accepts, what it dismisses, what it punishes. The result is a record that can look like certainty while being built from fear. This is the danger in reading these cases too literally. The testimony is not a neutral witness. It is a product of pressure, incentive, and timing. It is shaped by the accused trying to survive, by officials trying to control a narrative, by the public demanding a moral explanation for private suffering. The more dramatic the claim, the more likely it is to travel. The more it travels, the more it is believed. The more it is believed, the more it is repeated. Repetition becomes a kind of law. At the same time, there is a temptation to swing too far the other way, to reduce the affair to hysteria alone, to treat every accusation as theater. That temptation is comforting. It allows distance. It allows the reader to believe that the city's terror was entirely irrational and that the machinery was merely cruel. Cruelty and reality can exist together. Paris was not imagining everything. People did seek clandestine solutions. People did use substances to harm. People did rely on intermediaries to protect themselves from direct implication. People did exploit one another. People did die in ways that benefited someone else. What the scandal does is compress these truths into a single narrative that can be punished, rather than confronting them as a dispersed social reality. A dispersed reality cannot be executed. A person can. So the inquiry's focus narrows. The story begins to harden around Voison as the organizer, the supplier, the woman through whom Paris's private crimes supposedly flowed. That framing does important work for everyone involved. For the state, it is proof of effectiveness. For the public, it is an explanation. For the powerful, it is insulation. For lesser suspects, it is a bargaining chip. For Voison, it is a trap. A person positioned at the center of a network is vulnerable not only to the state but to the people around her. Every intermediary has an incentive to push blame upwards. Every client has an incentive to deny closeness. Every rival has an incentive to speak. Every frightened witness has an incentive to attach their story to the name already circulating. This is how the net tightens at the level of narrative. The state doesn't only collect facts. It selects which version of reality will be allowed to stand. It encourages the version that ends cleanly and discourages the version that implicates too widely. If too many respectable names rise to the surface, the inquiry becomes a danger to the court. If too few rise, the inquiry looks pointless. The solution is to let names appear in the background, enough for a thrill, not enough for collapse, while concentrating punishment on the figure who can carry the story without threatening the structure. Voison becomes that figure because she is close enough to be plausible and far enough to be disposable. A noble scandal can topple alliances. A scandal pinned to a witch and a poisoner can be contained as moral cleansing. The same events can be interpreted as corruption at the top or deviance at the bottom. The inquiry chooses the interpretation that protects hierarchy. Hierarchy always protects itself. This is why the affair is so revealing. It is not merely a tale of a woman who sold illicit remedies, or of clients who wanted outcomes without accountability. It is a portrait of a system that depended on secrecy, then pretended to be shocked when secrecy produced a market. It is a portrait of power that wanted the benefits of discretion without the risks, and of a state that could perform moral certainty only by sacrificing someone else to it. Once Voison becomes the woman in the story starts to determine what can happen to her. Her humanity becomes irrelevant to the function she serves. If she denies, denial can be treated as further proof of cunning. If she admits, admission becomes proof of monstrous reach. If she explains the ordinary realities of her work, clients seeking comfort, small favors, bodily assistance, the explanation can be dismissed as minimization. In a moral panic, nuance is interpreted as deceit. The role doesn't allow an ordinary ending. The city needs a lesson. The court needs reassurance. The inquiry needs closure. The public needs to believe it has stared into the abyss and survived. These needs shape the path forward more strongly than any single detail of evidence. A scandal does not end when the truth is found. It ends when enough people are satisfied. And satisfaction in a frightened city rarely requires justice to be precise. It requires justice to be visible. Chapter 8: The Workshop. To understand how a figure like Voison could exist, it helps to stop imagining a lair and start imagining a workplace. Not a grand room. Not a Gothic stage. A practical space shaped by the needs of clients and the risks of being observed. A place where the ordinary and the illicit could sit side by side without announcing themselves. In Paris, the most effective cover was Normal Life. Normal Life produced constant reasons for visits. A woman could call on another woman without raising alarm. A midwife's presence required no explanation. A servant running errands was invisible by design. A neighbor dropping by could be dismissed as social routine. These were the everyday movements of the city, and the underground traded inside them the way rats trade inside walls. The workshop's first product was discretion. Discretion wasn't simply silence. It was structure, how introductions were handled, how requests were translated into safer language, how payment was accepted, how clients were kept from learning too much, how intermediaries were used to shield both sides. A clandestine service survives by ensuring no single person holds the entire story. The client was rarely allowed to see the whole machine. A desperate person wants certainty, but certainty is dangerous to provide. If a practitioner promises too clearly, the promise can later be repeated as evidence. If a client learns too much, they become a liability, especially when fear enters the city and fear makes people talk. So the workshop would have relied on partial knowledge, enough to keep a client satisfied, never enough to make them powerful. Power was always the real threat. A wealthy client could become the most dangerous kind, not because they were brave, but because they were protected. They could demand more. They could refuse payment. They could turn on an operator to save themselves and expect the state to listen. A poor client could be desperate and unpredictable, but they rarely had the ability to direct the machinery of justice. The workshop had to manage both types with different tactics, soothing one, controlling the other. Control often looks like reassurance. A client who feels seen is easier to steer. A client who is frightened is easier to manipulate. This is where the spiritual layer mattered. A charm, a prayer, a reading, these were not only about belief. They were about atmosphere. They created a sense of meaning around chaos. They also created a shared language in which nothing had to be stated too plainly. Plain speech is what courts thrive on. Euphemism is what clandestine markets thrive on. A powder could be framed as a remedy. Drops could be framed as something to calm a temper, to bring sleep, to ease pain, to make him kinder. The phrases were soft enough to keep a client's conscience intact and flexible enough to protect the practitioner later. If accused, the practitioner could insist they had supplied medicine. The client could insist they misunderstood. Both could cling to ambiguity. Ambiguity was the workshop's insurance policy. But insurance only holds until someone decides to cash it in. When the requests became darker, the workshop's methods had to change. The logic remained the same: distance, plausible cover, shared blame, but the margins for error tightened. A substance meant to harm had to be stable, concealable, and compatible with the client's circumstances. A household with many servants offered opportunity, it also offered more witnesses. A household with tight routines offered fewer openings, it also offered fewer points of suspicion if something went wrong. The workshop had to think like a household. What does he eat? Who prepares it? When is he alone? Who brings his medicine? Who pours his wine? Who handles his linens? A client might not know these answers. Servants did. So intermediaries mattered. A maid could observe. A valet could pass an object along. A cook could be bribed or tricked. A midwife could enter a bedroom with a bag that would not be searched. This wasn't a fantasy world. It was domestic life used as infrastructure. The city liked to imagine poison as sudden and theatrical. In reality, the safest harm was the kind that looked like ordinary decline. A fever that lingered, a stomach that failed, a weakness that worsened. Paris was full of illnesses that arrived without invitation. The more a death resembled what people already expected, the less attention it drew. That expectation was the workshop's camouflage. And sometimes the solution was not death at all. Sometimes it was the management of a pregnancy that couldn't be carried without consequence. Sometimes it was a ritual that gave a woman the courage to leave a man who frightened her. Sometimes it was a charm bought as a last attempt to repair a marriage that the law would not allow her to exit. Sometimes it was leverage, a letter, a secret, a story that could be deployed. A workshop like this thrived because it sold options, and options are rare in rigid societies. Options attract clients, and clients attract danger. Every new client was a possible betrayal. Every successful outcome was an advertisement. Every failed outcome was a grievance. Every intermediary was a loose thread. The workshop survived by constantly rebalancing, refusing some requests, accepting others, keeping key knowledge close, relying on habit but never entirely trusting it. Habit is what eventually betrays an operator. Because habit creates patterns, and patterns can be watched. Once the inquiry began, the same routines that had protected the workshop became vulnerabilities. The familiar faces became recognizable. The repeated errands became traceable. The neighbors who once looked away began to look again, not out of civic virtue, but out of fear. Fear makes people notice what they once ignored, because noticing becomes a way to prove innocence. In this climate, the workshop could not remain a private arrangement between client and practitioner. It became a public symbol of everything Paris was terrified of admitting. The state began to treat the workshop as if it were a factory of sin. That framing was politically useful. A factory implies scale. Scale implies threat. Threat implies the need for extraordinary justice. It also turns individual responsibility into something the state can control. Instead of confronting countless private acts across many households, the inquiry can point to a single place and declare it the source. A single place can be raided. A single person can be blamed. And once a workshop is imagined as the heart of the scandal, every object inside it becomes charged with meaning. A candle is no longer a candle. A powder is no longer medicine. A prayer is no longer devotion. Ordinary tools become evidence, because evidence is not only material, it is interpretation backed by power. That is how a practical workplace becomes, in the record, a theater of horror. Not because horror wasn't possible, but because the state and the public both needed the workshop to be more than it was. They needed it to explain how the city's private compromises could have led here. They needed it to justify what came next. They needed it to feel as though the threat had a single origin. It rarely does. In the end, the workshop's most dangerous product was not a powder or a ritual. It was connection, between people who could not afford to be connected once the city began demanding names. Chapter 9. The Clients. A clandestine trade is defined as much by who buys as by who sells. Paris liked to tell itself a comforting story about wickedness, that it lived in the wrong neighborhoods, in the wrong bodies, among the wrong sorts of people. The affair of the Voisons made that story difficult to maintain. The moment clients entered the picture, the scandal stopped being safely distant. It stopped being a tale of superstition on the margins and became a mirror held up to respectable life. Clients did not arrive as villains in their own minds. They arrived as people with a problem the official world wouldn't solve. Some arrived with fear sitting in their throat, not because they were guilty of anything yet, but because they were trapped. Some arrived with resentment polished into certainty. Some arrived with grief. Some arrived with a cool practicality that can only grow in environments where appearances matter more than kindness. What they had in common was the desire for an outcome without public consequence. For the poor, consequences were immediate: hunger, homelessness, losing a place in a household, losing a child. A pregnancy could destroy a woman's standing and income. An abusive home could be a life sentence. A sickness could mean the difference between eating and not. In those lives, help meant survival. It could be sought without grand ambition and without the luxury of long moral debate. The wealthy faced different consequences, but they were consequences all the same. A noble household could absorb a great deal of private misery if it stayed private. A scandal, however, could ruin marriages, alliances, inheritances, and reputations built over generations. For the elite, secrecy was not merely preference, it was infrastructure. The state relied on them, and they relied on the state, and both relied on everyone pretending that certain things did not happen. When those things did happen, they needed to be handled quietly. That is the logic that brings high-born clients to low, clandestine tables. Not because the elite are uniquely wicked, but because they are uniquely constrained by the theater of their own status. The more a person must appear immaculate, the more they need back doors. Back doors are staffed by intermediaries. Very few powerful clients risk direct contact if they can avoid it. They send servants. They send companions. They send someone who can plausibly claim they did not understand the full purpose of the errand. The intermediary becomes both shield and weapon, a buffer against suspicion, and a person who can be blamed if anything goes wrong. The servant's invisibility is what makes the system work. Servants carried objects. They carried rumors. They carried the private emotions of the households they served. They heard arguments. They saw bruises. They learned who visited at odd hours, who slept where, who feared whom. In many cases, servants were the only people who could move between worlds, the kitchen and the salon, the street and the bedchamber, without being noticed as suspicious simply for moving. That movement also made them dangerous. A servant could betray a household by speaking. A household could betray a servant by accusing them. In a climate of investigation, the servant becomes the easiest person to break. They have the least protection, the most exposure, and the most incentive to say whatever will allow them to keep breathing. This is how the record fills with client stories, through people who carried the story for the client. It also explains why client stories can be unstable. A servant might know the instruction, "Take this to her," without knowing what this is. They might guess. They might be told a lie designed to keep them obedient. They might fill in the blanks later under pressure, stitching fragments into something that sounds complete. The official record often treats these stitched narratives as if they were whole cloth. A stitched narrative can still be persuasive. And persuasiveness is what the state needed. The inquiry did not simply want to punish individual acts, it needed to demonstrate that the underground reached places the public feared it reached. Each client's story performed that function. Each one turned private distress into public warning. Not every client request was lethal. Many requests would have been aimed at love, fidelity, reconciliation, things that could be spoken about without admitting crime. A woman might want her husband's attention returned. A man might want a lover kept loyal. A rival might be handled in ways that meant embarrassment, not death, humiliation, dismissal, disgrace. In a society where reputation was a weapon, disgrace could be more satisfying than a grave. Other requests sat in the gray areas the court preferred not to name. Pregnancy and childbirth were the most obvious. A city can condemn abortion while relying on the quiet reality that women will seek it regardless. The wealthy had reasons to hide pregnancies just as urgently as the poor: illegitimacy, inheritance complications, marital suspicion, scandal. The poor had reasons tied to sheer survival. The same act could carry different social meanings, but the risk to the woman was constant. Risk is what made clandestine practitioners valuable. Then there were clients whose requests did point towards harm. Not always with theatrical intent. Often with cold domestic practicality: a husband who won't let go, an older relative who won't die, an obstacle to a marriage, a rival who stands in the way of money. In a system where divorce was nearly impossible and women's legal autonomy was thin, murder could appear, horribly, as one of the few permanent exits available to someone who felt trapped. It is difficult to read this without modern judgment. The point isn't to excuse it. The point is to understand the environment that made it imaginable. An underground market expands fastest where official compassion is scarce. Clients also use the market the way people use any service that feels powerful: to chase control. A charm becomes a habit. A habit becomes dependence. A person who once sought comfort begins to seek certainty. A person who once sought certainty begins to seek dominance. The practitioner becomes, in the client's mind, a lever that can shift the world. That belief makes the client reckless. It makes them return. It makes them demand. It makes them talk to friends. It makes them bring someone else along. And those are the behaviors that ultimately make clandestine markets unsustainable. The more a market serves, the more it accumulates loose ends. Loose ends are what an inquiry grabs. As the investigation widened, the client's incentives shifted sharply. A client who once prized discretion now prized distance. A client who once valued the practitioner's silence now feared the practitioner's knowledge. A client who had felt protected by the arrangement now felt threatened by it, because the arrangement had produced a witness with too much access. The client begins to want the story rewritten. This rewriting can look like amnesia. It can look like denial. It can look like outrage: I was deceived. I was only seeking comfort. I never asked for harm. It can look like betrayal, offering a name to prove innocence. The inquiry made that betrayal rational. Once names became currency, spending someone else's name was often the only way to avoid paying with your own. In this way, the clients didn't merely appear in the affair. They shaped it. They shaped it by demanding services that expanded the underground's reach. They shaped it by spreading the rumor of help through households that otherwise would never have admitted need. They shaped it by panicking when the city panicked, and by trading the silence they once bought for the speech they now needed. And they shaped it most of all by requiring a scapegoat. A scandal that implicates clients can't end cleanly. It can only be contained if the client class is allowed to appear as naive, fooled, unlucky, or distant. The record tends to make room for that. It makes room by concentrating blame on the people who provided the services, especially the ones who were already socially disposable. Voison's role became heavier with every client who needed her to carry it. Because once the city demanded a moral ending, it was not the clients who could be punished in a way that restored confidence. It was the woman who had been close enough to their secrets to make them afraid. Chapter 10: The Evidence. In a case driven by fear, evidence is not only what can be held. It is what can be repeated. Paris did not have modern forensics. It did not have blood tests, fingerprints, toxicology in the contemporary sense. It had bodies, symptoms, rumors, and the authority of officials who could decide what a set of facts meant. A person could be poisoned and still be recorded as having died of fever. A person could die naturally and still become later a murder in the public imagination. Once the city was primed to suspect poison, ordinary sickness became suspicious simply by association. The inquiry didn't start with certainty. It started with accumulation. A single story is easy to dismiss. A pile of stories is harder. The record grew because the machinery rewarded growth: more statements, more arrests, more names. Each piece of testimony didn't need to stand alone as proof. It only needed to fit alongside the others well enough to create the appearance of a pattern. Patterns are persuasive, even when they are built from mismatched parts. A charm described by one witness becomes a spell in another's mouth. A powder that might be a household remedy becomes poison once the word is already circulating. A meeting becomes a conspiracy once conspiracy is the frame expected. As the case widened, language sharpened. Sharpened language makes a story feel more real. It also makes the people in it feel more guilty, even before guilt is demonstrated. The most powerful evidence in the affair was speech. Witness statements, confessions, accusations, these were the spine of the case. They were also unstable by nature. People spoke under pressure. People spoke to bargain. People spoke to punish. People spoke to satisfy interrogators. Some spoke truthfully, some lied, some combined fragments into something that sounded coherent. Even an honest witness could be wrong in a city that trafficked in hearsay and half-seen errands. The inquiry treated coherence as credibility. But coherence can be manufactured. A frightened person learns quickly what kind of story the room prefers. They learn which details are rewarded with attention and which are met with anger. They learn which names make officials lean forward. They learn what kind of moral narrative is expected: wicked women, corrupt servants, greedy clients, forbidden rights. Once that narrative is established, deviations from it can be punished as defiance. Under that pressure, testimony doesn't only describe events. It adapts to survive. Material evidence existed, but it was rarely clean. A packet of powder could be many things. Herbs, medicine, cosmetics, spice. Paris kitchens and market stalls were full of powders. A vial of drops could be a sedative, a tincture, a simple infusion. Even when an object was suspicious, suspicion is not the same as proof. In a courtroom hungry for certainty, however, suspicion can be treated like proof if it fits the story already chosen. Objects are interpreted by whoever holds power over their meaning. The same applies to books, prayers, and ritual items. A candle is a candle until it is declared an instrument. A prayer is devotion until it is framed as disguise. The state could reassign meaning at will, and the public, already afraid, would accept the reassignment because it soothed a deeper anxiety, that danger had been identified and labeled. The bodies themselves were also ambiguous. Symptoms of poisoning can resemble symptoms of illness, especially in a period where illness was constant and medical knowledge limited. Vomiting, weakness, fever, convulsions, these could be read as natural decline or as harm. In a city already crowded with death, strange deaths were plentiful. The inquiry's power lay in its ability to retroactively attach those deaths to a narrative. Retroactive certainty is easy when the dead cannot contradict it. The affair also relied on another kind of evidence: social logic. Who benefited? Who was inconvenient? Who was jealous? Who was trapped in a marriage? Who needed money? Motive can be persuasive, but it is also common. In Paris, many people had motives to want someone else gone. Motive alone does not prove action. Yet in a panic, motive is treated as a key that explains a death, and explanation begins to stand in for proof. The inquiry's real aim was never purely scientific truth. It was control. That control required a story the public could understand and a set of punishments that would reassure them. Evidence was gathered within those needs. It wasn't invented out of nothing, but it was organized into a shape that served the state. In that shape, some facts were emphasized, some were simplified, some were ignored because they complicated the ending. Complication is the enemy of closure. There were also silences in the evidence, gaps created on purpose. Powerful names could be handled quietly. A line of inquiry could be dropped. A witness could be pushed to rephrase. A record could preserve some details and omit others. This does not require a conspiracy in the modern sense. It requires only a hierarchy that understands its own survival. A scandal that reaches too high risks becoming a political crisis. A scandal contained at the level of witches and poisoners can be presented as moral cleansing. So evidence was not merely collected. It was curated. This is why the affair is so difficult to read cleanly. The record is full, but fullness is not reliability. It is full of human speech under pressure, full of objects whose meanings depend on interpretation, full of deaths that can be read through multiple lenses, full of motives that are common enough to attach to anyone. It offers a world dense with detail, and that density can feel like truth. Density is not the same as certainty. What can be said with confidence is that the inquiry created a machine in which allegation gained value. The more a claim aligned with the emerging story, the more it was repeated. The more it was repeated, the more it was believed. The more it was believed, the more it could be used as a foundation for the next arrest. In that machine, Voison's name becomes a kind of evidence by itself. Once the name is established as central, every mention of it reinforces the center. The story begins to loop. She is important because she is named, and she is named because she is important. The inquiry did not need to prove every claim associated with her. It needed only to prove enough to justify treating her as the embodiment of the scandal. Embodiment is a legal strategy as much as a narrative one. A dispersed set of private acts is hard to prosecute. A person who can be described as organizer, supplier, instigator, someone who can be the source, makes prosecution possible. It makes punishment feel decisive. It offers the public the comfort of a severed head. That comfort comes at a cost. It narrows reality until it fits an ending. It turns uncertainty into conviction. It transforms a city's messy private life into a moral tale with villains and lessons. It produces an archive that looks like authority, even when the foundations are shaky. By the time the case reaches this point, evidence is no longer simply about what happened. It is about what Paris is willing to believe happened, and what the state needs it to believe in order to move on. Chapter 11. The Interrogations. Interrogation is not a neutral act. It is a force applied to a person until a story changes shape. Paris did not need modern science to manufacture certainty. It had something older and in many ways, more effective, authority in a locked room. Once the affair widened into a state project, the questioning stopped being an attempt to understand and became an attempt to contain. Containment requires clarity. Clarity, in these conditions, was not discovered. It was produced. The room produced it through repetition. A witness is asked the same thing again and again, in slightly altered forms, until their answers begin to match the structure the interrogator expects. Contradictions are treated as proof of deceit, even when they are the ordinary byproduct of fear, exhaustion, or poor memory. A person who cannot remember precisely is punished for it. A person who does remember precisely is treated as suspiciously prepared. Either way, the witness loses. This is how an inquiry turns uncertainty into an offense. In the early stage, people might have spoken in fragments. I heard of her. Someone said she could help. I saw a packet. These are the kinds of statements that float around any clandestine market, vague, half-owned, designed to protect the speaker. Under sustained questioning, fragments aren't enough. Investigators press for completion. They press for dates, places, names, sequences, who introduced whom, what was paid, what was said, how it was delivered, how it was used. A fragment must become a narrative, because narratives are what courts can punish. For the accused, narrative can also be a survival tactic. A person who can produce a coherent story appears cooperative. Cooperation can buy time, better conditions, sometimes a chance to shift blame elsewhere. A person who cannot produce coherence is treated as stubborn, deceitful, or guilty. In that climate, inventing details can feel rational. It is not always done with malice. Sometimes it is done because the mind under pressure reaches for whatever will end the immediate pain. The inquiry rewarded the kind of story it already believed. Once a moral frame is established, wickedness, poison, conspiracy, questions are asked inside that frame. The accused are guided, nudged, cornered into confirming it. Not always through explicit leading questions, but through the cumulative message of the room. This is what we think happened. This is what we need you to admit. This is what will satisfy us. In such conditions, truth becomes secondary to alignment. Alignment is easier when the story has familiar characters. Women who practiced outside sanctioned medicine, servants who moved between households, midwives who dealt with bodies, fortune-tellers who spoke about hidden things. These were already charged roles. They were easy to present as threats because they already occupied a space the state found difficult to regulate. The inquiry could make them symbols of disorder, and symbols are easier to prosecute than complicated lives. Interrogation turns a person into a type. It strips away the ordinary details, the bills, the children, the exhaustion, the small kindnesses, and replaces them with a role that fits the record. The accused learns quickly that ordinary reality is rarely helpful. Saying I helped women in trouble can be reframed as I handled unlawful matters. Saying I sold remedies can be reframed as I supplied poisons. Saying I prayed with clients can be reframed as I disguised crimes with religion. Under pressure, Language becomes a weapon wielded against its speaker. Confession is often treated as the gold standard of evidence, but confession under coercive conditions is not gold. It is a metal that changes under heat. People confess to end torture. People confess to avoid worse torture. People confess to save a relative. People confess to protect someone else by offering themselves. People confess to what they think will be forgiven, and deny what they think will not be. People also confess strategically. A minor admission can be offered as a shield. Yes, I told fortunes, but I never harmed anyone. A person might concede superstition because superstition is an easier sin to carry than murder. They might confess to harmless rituals to satisfy the room's demand for wickedness without giving it the lethal details that would justify execution. In a system hungry for conviction, however, even minor admissions can be used to build major accusations. The room does not forget what it can use. At the same time, denial is not safe either. A consistent denial can be framed as proof of cunning. A refusal to answer can be framed as contempt for the king's justice. A person who holds their story steady can be punished until it breaks. A person who breaks can be punished for breaking. Interrogation of this kind is not designed to find out what happened. It is designed to demonstrate that resistance is futile. Futility is a political lesson. The affair was not only about punishing alleged crimes. It was also about disciplining the social body, teaching Paris what happens when private life becomes too private, when unofficial markets become too confident, when the state chooses to look behind the curtains. Every confession served as a warning, and every public punishment amplified the warning. The accused understood this. So did the witnesses watching the accused. A witness who had once spoken casually about a neighbor who helped now understood that casual speech could destroy them. A servant who had delivered a packet now realized the packet could be reinterpreted into a noose. A client who had once sought a discreet solution now saw discretion turning into a trap. The very secrecy that protected them could now be used as proof they had something to hide. Fear reshaped everyone's memory. That reshaping did not require deliberate lying in every case. It required only the normal way the human mind behaves under threat. It edits, it simplifies, it fills gaps, it repeats what seems to work. Over time, the record begins to look consistent not because it is accurate, but because it has been pressured into the same mold. A mold is what an inquiry needs to produce an ending. This is why the interrogations matter so much. They are the factory where the affair's most famous claims are processed into official truth. They are where rumors become testimony, where testimony becomes pattern, where pattern becomes certainty. They are where individuals are transformed into symbols, and symbols into targets. By the time La Voison is fully inside this machinery, the question is no longer simply whether she committed crimes. The question is whether the state can make her serve as the proof that the crimes, real, exaggerated, imagined, or mixed, have been mastered. The room is no longer asking what happened. It is asking what story will end this. Chapter 12, The Trap. A clandestine life doesn't usually end with a single mistake. It ends when the world around it changes faster than it can adapt. What had once protected the trade, ambiguity, intermediaries, habit, a city's willingness to look away, began to fail all at once. The inquiry made discretion radioactive. It turned ordinary caution into suspicious behavior. It made every quiet arrangement feel like a conspiracy simply because it had been kept quiet. The underground could survive morality. It struggled against administration. A moral campaign could be dodged with performance, a prayer, a saint's medal, the right words in the right place. An administrative campaign worked differently. It wanted addresses. It wanted schedules. It wanted lists. It wanted the mundane spine of an operation, because the mundane is what can be recorded and repeated. Once the machinery started asking for the mundane, the trade's cleverness became less useful. The people who had moved comfortably through the city's blind spots found those blind spots shrinking. A messenger who used to be invisible became memorable when fear made neighbors pay attention. A house that saw frequent visitors stopped looking like a sociable home and started looking like a traffic point. A woman who could once be described as helpful became describable as dangerous, once the city decided it was under threat. Danger changes the meaning of memory. An acquaintance becomes a witness. A rumor becomes a timeline. A past visit becomes an incriminating contact. A casual comment becomes a quote. The inquiry didn't need to invent every detail. It needed only to give people a reason to reinterpret what they already half knew. This is how a trade built on secrecy becomes trapped by its own success. Success brings clients. Clients bring intermediaries. Intermediaries bring loose talk. Loose talk brings attention. A service that works, whether through placebo, coincidence, or genuine intervention, creates stories that travel. Those stories were once an asset. Under the inquiry, they became a trail. And trails don't have to be accurate to be followed. A frightened person does not recall events the way they happened, they recall them the way they now make sense. A courier who remembers delivering medicine might later remember delivering poison once the word has entered the air and attached itself to their fear. A servant who heard a name once might hear it everywhere afterwards. A client who once believed they were purchasing love might later insist they were deceived, because deception is safer than complicity. Complicity is expensive when the state is watching. The people with the most to lose were often the quickest to create distance. The wealthy could deny. They could bristle. They could frame themselves as victims of fraud. They could sacrifice intermediaries without looking like they were doing it. The poor and the marginal did not have those options. They could be arrested, held, questioned, broken. They could be made to speak because they did not have the insulation of status. Status was a wall. Fear found the gaps beneath it. As soon as the inquiry began to reward accusations, the trade's social structure turned into a ladder for blame. The safest direction to push blame was upwards, towards the name already being repeated. A minor operator could survive by presenting themselves as a small part of something larger. An intermediary could survive by presenting themselves as a tool. A client could survive by presenting themselves as naive. The one who couldn't easily claim naive was the one positioned as organizer. Once Voison's name began to carry the affair's shape, it became useful to everyone else. A single central figure made every other story easier to tell. It allowed witnesses to claim they were only peripherally involved. It allowed officials to argue that the scandal was not diffuse and uncontrollable, but concentrated and therefore punishable. It allowed the public to believe the threat could be ended by removing a person rather than confronting a society. A person becomes a solution when a system needs one. The trap tightens most effectively when it is psychological. A practitioner under scrutiny has to decide who to trust, and there is rarely a correct answer. Clients become dangerous because they are frightened. Intermediaries become dangerous because they are exposed. Rivals become dangerous because they are opportunistic. Even friends become dangerous because friendship is a liability in an inquiry where proximity can be treated as evidence. Every relationship becomes a question of survival. That is the moment when the underground begins to devour itself. Not because people suddenly become monsters, but because fear makes loyalty irrational. A person who would never have spoken in calmer times begins to calculate what silence will cost. Another begins to calculate what speech might buy. The inquiry doesn't need to force every betrayal. It needs only to create conditions where betrayal makes sense. Then the rest happens naturally. The trap also tightens through tempo. An operator can manage risk if there is time to refuse certain clients, time to disperse, time to change routines, time to let rumors cool. The inquiry removed time. Arrests happened quickly. Stories moved faster than corrections. The record filled up faster than anyone could disentangle it. Once the machinery is moving at speed, it becomes dangerous to be slow. A slow response looks like guilt. Attempts to retreat can look like flight. Attempts to deny can look like cunning. Attempts to explain can look like manipulation. In a moral panic, the safest thing a person can be is simple, and Voison's alleged role was anything but. Complexity is read as design. Design is read as menace. At a certain point, the inquiry no longer needed new proof to justify its direction. It had momentum. Momentum is self-justifying. The city had begun to crave an ending, and endings are not built from nuance. They are built from a figure who can carry the weight of the public's dread. The neighbor had become that figure because the neighbor was close enough to everyone to feel plausible. The trap, by then, was not only legal. It was social. Once a person is named often enough, the naming becomes evidence. Once a story is repeated often enough, it becomes memory. Once memory becomes shared, it becomes impossible for the accused to step outside it. Even innocence becomes suspicious in that position, because the city cannot tolerate ambiguity once it has invested in certainty. The affair had crossed that point. Voison was no longer being pursued solely for what she had done. She was being pursued for what Paris needed her to represent, the hidden mechanism by which private misery could be turned into private action, the marketplace where outcomes could be purchased, the proof that danger lived not in distant battlefields but inside kitchens and bedrooms. A society can forgive suffering. It struggles to forgive the idea that suffering produced a market. So the trap closes. It closes with paperwork and pressure, with testimonies stacked like stones, with objects reinterpreted into weapons, with fear reshaping the mouths that speak. It closes not as a single hand around a throat, but as a room narrowing until there is nowhere left to stand. By the time the city is ready to watch the ending has already been written. All that remains is to perform it. Chapter 13, The Burning Point. A scandal can live a long time as rumor. It can live even longer as fear. It can't live forever as an investigation. At a certain point, the machinery that has been built to pursue it becomes a threat in its own right. Too many people watching the watchers, too many names suspended in the air, too many households unsure what will be demanded of them next. The inquiry starts to produce a different kind of danger, not poison in a cup, but instability in the social order. When that happens, the state doesn't just want truth. It wants an ending. Endings require sacrifice. The city had been taught to fear the hidden. Now it wanted the hidden dragged into daylight and made legible. Legibility is not the same as accuracy, it is a type of comfort. A chaotic reality, countless private crises, countless compromises, cannot be addressed in a single public gesture. A single figure, however, can. That figure had already been chosen by repetition. By the time Paris was ready for closure, Voison's name was doing more work than any object in an evidence bag. The name had become shorthand for a whole range of anxieties: women acting outside sanctioned authority, servants moving unseen through private rooms, remedies that could be read as poisons, religion used as cover, desire turned into leverage, domestic life revealed as porous and unsafe. The city didn't need to agree on every detail to agree on the feeling. The feeling was enough to demand punishment. This is the point where a case stops expanding and starts narrowing. In the widening phase, more names look like progress. In the narrowing phase, more names look like trouble. A scandal that threatens to reach too far into the court becomes politically hazardous. A scandal that stays too low becomes disappointing. The only stable solution is theater, a cleansing that appears decisive without destabilizing the hierarchy it claims to protect. The public stage is built from selected truths. Not because there is nothing true, but because truth in bulk is unmanageable. The state needs a story it can tell with a straight face. It needs villains who can be punished without implicating the wrong people. It needs to show strength without revealing weakness. It needs to end the panic it helped to create without admitting it created it. So the case becomes moral. Moral cases don't require the same precision as material ones. They require a recognizable pattern: temptation, transgression, corruption, punishment. They convert social complexity into a lesson. They also allow the state to present itself not merely as an enforcer, but as a purifier, restoring order to a city that has been framed as infected. Infections must be burned out. The burn is never evenly distributed. People with status can be handled quietly. Names can be contained behind closed doors. Lines of questioning can be redirected. Witnesses can be treated as unreliable when their words become inconvenient. Meanwhile, the marginal are displayed as proof that justice is real. Severity falls where it can fall, which is to say, where it won't cause collateral damage to the structures that hold power. That is the burning point, when the pursuit of justice becomes inseparable from the protection of hierarchy. The inquiry is no longer asking only, what happened? It is asking, what will it cost us if we keep going? And once cost becomes the organizing principle, the path forward is decided by what can be afforded. A woman like Voison is affordable. She sits in the right place in the story. She is close enough to the elite to make the scandal feel real, far enough from them to punish without risking collapse. She belongs to a category already primed for suspicion. She can be framed as calculating, manipulative, contaminating. She can be made into the proof that the state has identified the heart of the corruption. A heart can be removed. A social condition can't. The mechanics of that removal are not only legal. They are psychological. Witnesses feel the shift. They begin to understand what kind of ending is being constructed and adjust their speech accordingly. Some lean harder into the dramatic because drama keeps them relevant, and relevance can mean survival. Some retreat into vagueness because vagueness offers deniability. Some try to reframe themselves as misled, as innocent, as merely present rather than involved. People who once sought a discrete solution now frame themselves as victims of fraud, because victimhood is safer than agency. Agency is what the state can punish. The accused, too, are forced into the shape of the ending. A person under interrogation can be pressed into confession, but a public ending requires more than a confession. It requires a persona. The persona must satisfy the crowd's need for clarity. It must make sense of fear. It must feel like justice. This is why the most extreme claims tend to stick, because they sharpen the villain into something the public can recognize without effort. Nuance doesn't feed a crowd. A city watching itself panic wants certainty more than it wants accuracy. It wants to believe it has located the source of its dread, because the alternative is unbearable, that the dread is woven through everyday life, through households that look respectable from the street, through compromises that keep the social order functioning. The burning point is where the city chooses the comfort of a single source. Once that choice is made, evidence is read through it. Testimony is sorted through it. The record becomes less a collection of facts and more a scaffold for the ending. Even the mundane, candles, packets, meetings, begins to glow with the heat of interpretation, because everything must now support the story that will be performed. Performance, in this context, is not frivolous. It is political. Public punishment sends a message to everyone not directly touched by the trial. The state is in control, the danger has been located, you may return to your lives. It also sends a message to those who are directly touched but protected. We have demonstrated seriousness, your names will not be dragged further, the threat has been contained elsewhere. This is what closure looks like in a hierarchical society. It is never purely about guilt. It is about reassurance. By now, Paris is exhausted. Not only by fear, but by the constant awareness that private life has become searchable. The city wants the scrutiny to end. Households want their servants to stop being questioned. Servants want the questions to stop finding them. Officials want the scandal to stop threatening the court. Everyone wants the air to clear. An ending clears the air by lighting something on fire. Whether that fire is justice or expedience depends on where you stand. From the street, it can look like righteousness, wickedness punished, order restored. From inside the machinery, it can look like necessity, a case narrowed, a threat contained, the kingdom steadied. From inside the lives caught in it, it can look like something else entirely, fear made permanent, truth altered by pressure, the powerful insulated, the vulnerable consumed. What matters is that the ending is now inevitable. Not because every detail has been proven, but because the city has reached the point where it needs a conclusion more than it needs certainty. The story has gathered too much weight to be set down gently. It can only be dropped. And once it drops, it will break someone. Chapter 14, The Ending They Needed. By the time an inquiry reaches this stage, it isn't chasing truth so much as chasing stability. A case can only widen for so long before it begins to swallow the city that feeds it. Every new arrest creates new fear. Every new testimony creates new possibilities. Possibilities are dangerous when they touch the wrong doors. The state can tolerate uncertainty while it is building momentum. It struggles to tolerate it once momentum threatens to become a permanent condition. Paris had begun to live as if accusation were weather. Households learned to keep their voices low. Friends learned to speak in careful outlines. Servants learned that a careless sentence could become a rope. A city that once relied on discreet arrangements to keep life moving was now watching discretion turned into suspicion. The private sphere, where the kingdom's order was meant to appear effortless, had become a site of scrutiny. This was not sustainable. So the machinery did what machinery does when it overheats. It narrowed the flow. An ending had to be created, not simply reached. Creating an ending means choosing what will stand for the whole. It means selecting a version of events that can be made legible to the public, actionable in law, and safe for power. That selection doesn't require every detail to be invented. It requires only that the record be arranged so that some truths become central and others become peripheral or disappear. The city's fear needed a shape it could recognize. A scandal about private desperation is hard to punish because it implicates too many ordinary lives. A scandal about the elite buying outcomes is hard to punish because it risks humiliating the court. A scandal about a clandestine market functioning beneath official institutions is hard to punish because it reveals the institution's limits. The easiest shape is the oldest one, a corrupting figure, a conduit, a source. A person who can be described as the source makes everything else feel manageable. Once that description sticks, it starts to do the work of evidence. If she is the source, then every death can be reread as connected. If she is the source, then every rumor becomes corroboration. If she is the source, then every witness who names her sounds truthful simply because they're pointing in the direction the inquiry has already chosen. The record begins to sound unanimous even when it isn't. This is the quiet violence of narrative consolidation. It flattens contradictions. It treats uncertainty as evasion. It privileges the kind of testimony that fits the ending. It encourages witnesses to sharpen their accounts, because sharpened accounts move the machinery forward. It discourages anything that complicates the story, because complication threatens closure. Closure now is the highest priority. Not because it is morally superior, but because the alternative is continual instability, a court perpetually exposed, households perpetually nervous, officials perpetually forced to explain why the hunt continues. A state built on the performance of control can't keep performing panic forever without undermining itself. So the ending becomes a public object. Punishment has to be visible enough to reassure, severe enough to warn, and clean enough to suggest finality. Clean doesn't mean fair. It means comprehensible. A public needs to feel the line has been drawn, the threat removed, the city purified. Purity is a story that always needs a body. And the body that serves best is the one already made infamous by repetition. Voison's name had become a kind of shorthand, easy to say, easy to fear, easy to place at the center of everything the public had begun imagining in the dark. Once a name reaches that point, it becomes difficult to separate the person from the function. The function is what the system acts on. At this stage, even the accused person's choices lose their usual weight. Denial can be treated as defiance. Admission can be treated as confirmation of monstrous reach. Silence can be treated as contempt. Explanation can be treated as manipulation. The possibilities of speech narrow until they all point in the same direction, towards the ending. The state doesn't need perfection. It needs finality. Finality is achieved by turning the scandal into a lesson that can be delivered in a single sentence. This is what happens when you step outside order. When a society feels contaminated, it doesn't want to hear about how the contamination spread. It wants to see it cut away. Cutting away has its own logic. It allows the court to appear shocked rather than implicated. It allows respectable clients to be framed as foolish rather than complicit. It allows the city to treat its own hunger for outcomes as an aberration rather than a reflection of everyday cruelty and constraint. The ending becomes a kind of amnesty for everyone who needs to go back to living with themselves. The public ending is not only about the accused. It is about everyone watching. People who had done nothing wrong still needed reassurance that the world made sense. People who had done something wrong needed reassurance that the state would not come for them next. Officials needed reassurance that the inquiry would not make them look powerless. Power needed reassurance that it remained power. The ending they needed had to feel decisive and contained. Contained means the blame stops somewhere. It stops in a person, not in a system. It stops in a woman, not in a hierarchy. It stops in witchcraft, not in the ordinary reality that women sought control over their lives however they could, and that men and women alike use secrecy as a tool. A city can punish a witch. It can't punish a whole way of life. So the ending arrives with the inevitability of theater. The details will continue to be debated, and the record will continue to blur between what was done, what was said, and what was useful to say. But the shape of the conclusion is clear. A figure is chosen to carry the city's dread, and once she carries it, she becomes the mechanism by which the dread is discharged. The discharge is meant to feel like relief. Relief is complicated. It can be real and still be built on distortion. It can be necessary and still be cruel. It can restore calm without restoring truth. In Paris, calm was the commodity everyone suddenly wanted more than any powder. And the state knew exactly how to sell it. Not with nuance. Not with uncertainty. With an ending that could be watched, repeated, and believed, because believing it was the quickest way back to ordinary life. Ordinary life, after all, is what the city had been fighting to protect. Even when ordinary life was the reason the scandal existed in the first place. Chapter 15: The Fire and the Silence. Public punishment is never only about the condemned. It is about everyone else learning what to do with their fear. Paris had been living with suspicion long enough that suspicion began to feel like a second skin. The inquiry didn't just uncover a hidden world, it trained the city to imagine one behind every door. That imagination was useful while the state needed cooperation. It became dangerous once the state needed calm. Fear is a tool with a blunt edge. Left in the hand too long, it cuts the one holding it. So the fear had to be redirected into something final. A spectacle can do what an archive can't. It can turn complicated dread into a single moment, a single image, a single moral. A body can be punished in public. A network can't. A social condition can't. A city's private compromises can't. But a person can be made to stand for all of it, made to absorb it, made to carry it out of view. This is what Paris wanted more than certainty: release. Release requires agreement, and agreement is easiest when the story is simple. A woman becomes the center. A center can be destroyed. The destruction becomes a form of reassurance. The state is strong, the threat has been named, the city can return to its routines. Routine is the real prize. For the court, routine means stability, alliances unshaken, reputations protected, authority intact. For ordinary Parisians, routine means the ability to walk streets without imagining poison in every cup, to trust a midwife without fearing accusation, to speak to a neighbor without weighing every word. For servants, routine means work without interrogation. For everyone, it means the terrible comfort of forgetting. Forgetting is easier after a fire. The language of purification sits naturally in a scandal like this. Not because it is accurate, but because it is satisfying. The city can tell itself that wickedness has been removed rather than redistributed. It can treat the affair as an infection with a source rather than a symptom of living under pressure inside a rigid hierarchy. The benefit of that story is immediate. The cost is paid later, in silence. Silence returns in a different form once the ending has been staged. Before, silence was a voluntary discipline, carefully maintained discretion, privately negotiated. After, silence becomes defensive. People stop speaking not because they are polite, but because they have seen what speech can do. They have watched names function as weapons. They have watched how quickly a story can harden into guilt. The city learns to say less. It learns to erase contact from memory, to edit past associations, to deny what once was common knowledge. A person who had visited a fortune teller for comfort now claims they never believed in such things. A household that relied on unofficial remedies now insists it always used respectable medicine. A client who sought a discreet solution now frames themselves as a victim of fraud. In the aftermath, everyone becomes cleaner on paper. Paper is where safety lives. The record doesn't only preserve events. It produces behaviour. It teaches people how to survive the next investigation. The affair is a lesson delivered at scale. Keep your world smaller, keep your speech softer, keep your servants frightened enough to obey and quiet enough to disappear. The silence also protects the powerful in a way it never protects the weak. When the danger has passed, the vulnerable are left with the same constraints that drove them to the underground in the first place. A woman still lacks legal exits. A servant still has little defense. A pregnancy is still a crisis when it arrives at the wrong time. A marriage can still be a cage. The ending hasn't corrected those conditions. It has simply punished a person who was accused of selling options within them. Punishment is not reform. It is theater, and theater is designed to be remembered in a certain way. The public remembers the monster, not the marketplace that produced her. It remembers the accusations more easily than the quiet reasons people sought help. It remembers the thrill of proximity to power, the insinuation that the elite were involved, without needing to sit with what that implies about the moral life of the court. It remembers the fire as cleansing, because cleansing feels better than complicity. Complicity is heavy. A scapegoat is convenient. And yet, even in the relief, there is residue. A scandal like this doesn't vanish. It changes shape. It settles into the city's stories, into the way people speak about women who know too much, into the suspicion attached to midwives and healers, into the easy narrative that a woman with influence must have earned it through corruption. It settles into the state's habit of using moral panic as a tool of governance. It settles into the public's willingness to accept a simplified ending when the real truth would implicate too many ordinary lives. The silence is never empty. It is full of what can't be safely said. That is the final function of a spectacle. It doesn't only end an inquiry, it ends conversation. It draws a line under the scandal and dares anyone to step over it. It tells people that private life can be made public without warning, that secrecy can become evidence, that the safest response to fear is to be unremarkable. Unremarkable is a kind of survival. In the wake of the affair, Paris returns to itself the way it always does, by rebuilding the surface. People dress, attend mass, host dinners, trade favors, arrange marriages, argue, reconcile, repeat. The court continues to shine. The city continues to press bodies together in narrow streets. Problems continue to arise that cannot be solved politely. And those problems continue to seek back doors. The fire, then, is not a conclusion in the moral sense. It is an administrative conclusion. It is the state closing a file, the public lowering its shoulders, the powerful breathing again. It is an ending that feels final only because everyone agrees, quietly, urgently, to behave as though it is. The neighbor is gone, but the conditions that made the neighbor useful remain. What changes is that Paris has learned, with fresh clarity, what it costs to be named. Chapter 16. What remains? After a scandal, people say the city moves on, as if moving on is a single act. It isn't. It's a series of small decisions made every day, what to remember, what to edit, what to refuse to speak about. Paris had always been skilled at this. It survived on selective attention. It survived by protecting surfaces. So the surface is rebuilt. The court continues to perform certainty. The city continues to churn. A few households collapse quietly. A few servants disappear into other districts. A few names become untouchable in conversation. A few friendships are rewritten into distance. Life resumes not because the underlying conditions have changed, but because life has to resume. That is how a city endures its own panic. The official record remains, and the official record is never just a record. It is a tool. It preserves what the state needed to be true at the moment it ended the case. It contains testimony shaped under pressure, claims sharpened into spectacle, contradictions smoothed over by repetition. It offers an appearance of certainty, and certainty is seductive. It makes a chaotic human story feel like a solved problem. A solved problem is easier to live with than a permanent vulnerability. Yet the vulnerability is the real inheritance. The affair exposed how porous domestic life was, how many hands touched food, medicine, letters, linen, how easily privacy could be breached, how quickly a household's internal tensions could become public narrative. It exposed the dependence of the elite on people they barely acknowledged. It exposed how much power could be exercised through what looked like weakness, a servant's access, a midwife's skill, a neighbor's knowledge. It also exposed how little control the state truly had over the intimate sphere. That exposure is what made the response so fierce. The inquiry wasn't only punishing alleged crimes. It was restoring the illusion that the king's order reached everywhere. The illusion mattered because the kingdom ran on it. A state cannot admit it is limited without encouraging others to test those limits. So the state performed mastery. The performance was not only in punishment. It was in the message the punishment sent, that private life was visible if the crown wished it to be, that unofficial markets could be named and crushed, that servants could be questioned, that women could be pulled into courtrooms and turned into symbols. This message did what the state needed it to do. It discouraged certain kinds of risk. It encouraged silence. It re-established caution as a civic virtue. Caution, however, doesn't remove need. The underground thrives on need. People still wanted outcomes they couldn't ask for openly. Women still needed relief from pregnancies they couldn't afford or endure. Families still needed to manage shame. Men still wanted control. Wives still wanted exits. Lovers still wanted certainty. Debts still tightened. Illness still arrived. The ordinary pressures that created demand did not disappear because a figure was punished. They became, if anything, more private. This is one of the hardest truths to sit with. The affair didn't end the clandestine economy. It taught it to become quieter. It taught it to be more selective about clients. It taught it to embed deeper in ordinary life, to use fewer words, to rely on fewer visible patterns. It also taught clients how to deny more convincingly. The lesson was learned on both sides. And then there is what remains in the cultural memory. A woman like La Voison becomes a ready-made myth because the myth is useful. It offers a clear villain. It offers a free zone of forbidden knowledge. It offers a story about female power framed as corruption, rather than as competence or survival. It satisfies anxieties that are older than Paris, anxieties about women who know bodies, women who know secrets, women who are not safely contained inside sanctioned roles. The myth is more durable than the person. It also distorts the real tragedy. The tragedy is not only that people were harmed, or that people may have sought harm. The tragedy is that a rigid society produces private desperation and then punishes the methods people use to manage it, without changing the conditions that made those methods appealing. The tragedy is that the state can treat an ending as purification while leaving the underlying violence intact. Violence doesn't need blood to be violence. It can live in law that offers no exit. It can live in status that demands silence. It can live in households where suffering is called duty. It can live in institutions that prefer order to compassion. Those forms of violence are slow, and because they are slow, they are often treated as normal. Normality is what made the affair plausible. This is why the story matters beyond its sensational surface. It is not only a tale of poison and panic. It is a study in how power responds when it feels threatened by the private sphere, how it uses moral language to justify political containment, how it narrows complexity into a scapegoat, how it teaches a city to cooperate with its own surveillance. And it is a study in how women's autonomy is framed as danger when it appears outside sanctioned channels. La Voison is remembered as a monster because monster is easier than operator in a market created by social constraint. Monster stories are neat. They allow distance. They allow the reader to believe that the scandal belonged to an exceptional evil, rather than to an ordinary human desire for control in a world that withholds it. Distance is comforting. It is also misleading. What remains, then, is not only a file in an archive. It is a question the city never fully answers: how much of its order was built on silence, and what happens when silence becomes public. The affair forced Paris to look at the machinery behind its surfaces. It didn't want to look for long. It punished someone, declared the matter closed, and turned its face back towards the light. But the shadow did not go anywhere. It moved, as it always does, into the places people prefer not to see. Chapter 17, The Price of Knowing. There are cities where knowledge is admired. Paris, in this moment, was not one of them. Knowledge, especially the wrong kind, was treated as contamination. Knowing too much about bodies, about desire, about the private calculus of households, about what people will do when cornered, this knowledge didn't elevate a person. It made them suspect. It placed them too close to the machinery that respectable life depended on while insisting it did not exist. This was the paradox at the heart of the affair. The court demanded discretion and punished the people who provided it. Households relied on servants' invisibility and then feared what invisible people might have seen. Women were expected to manage domestic crises quietly and then condemned when quiet management crossed into action outside the law. The city wanted problems solved without mess, but it also wanted to believe solutions arrived cleanly, without hands. Hands were the problem. A woman who handled difficult births, who knew what herbs could calm and what could purge, who could read the small symptoms of fear in a client's face, was doing something the city needed. She was also doing something the city could not comfortably sanction. Once the inquiry began, such knowledge became retroactively criminal. What had been experience became craft. What had been help became harm. What had been proximity became guilt. Proximity was always dangerous, but now it was fatal. The affair made everyone renegotiate what they could admit to knowing. The safest posture became innocence, not innocence as truth, but innocence as performance. People learned to say, "I never heard of such things." They learned to speak about healers with disdain even when they had once relied on them. They learned to treat women's folk knowledge as laughable superstition, because laughable is safer than credible. Credible is what a court can punish. This shift did not only harm practitioners. It altered the city's relationship with women's knowledge in general. The midwife became more suspect. The neighbor who offered remedies became more suspect. The woman who spoke plainly about the realities of sex and pregnancy became more suspect. When a society is frightened, it tends to distrust the people who deal with what it cannot control. Bodies are the oldest uncontrollable thing. The affair's record, thick with accusations, saturated with moral language, helped turn bodily knowledge into a kind of cultural hazard. It encouraged a story where women's competence outside formal institutions was inherently suspicious. It allowed the state to reassert authority over intimate life without needing to address why intimate life kept producing emergencies. Emergencies kept coming anyway. The cost of the affair, then, wasn't only paid by the condemned. It was paid in new silences imposed on women who were already expected to endure quietly. It was paid in the tightening of social control around pregnancy, sexuality, and domestic conflict. It was paid in fear that made women less likely to seek help early, less likely to speak honestly about their lives, more likely to wait until a crisis was unavoidable. Waiting is dangerous, but it is often the safest social option. The affair also raised the price of trust. In a city of crowded rooms and shared walls, trust is a practical necessity. Servants must be trusted to prepare food. Neighbors must be trusted not to report every quarrel. Midwives must be trusted with the most vulnerable moments of a household. Once the inquiry taught the city to treat ordinary relationships as potential evidence, trust became fragile. Fragile trust makes daily life harsher. Harshness creates more desperation. Desperation is what clandestine markets feed on. This is another way the scandal refuses to stay neatly in the past. When the state makes examples of people who provide unofficial solutions, it doesn't remove the demand. It changes the conditions under which the demand will be met. It makes the transactions riskier, less regulated, more exploitative. It pushes them further underground, where clients have fewer protections and practitioners have fewer reasons to behave cautiously. Punishment can increase danger while claiming to eliminate it. And beneath all of this is the emotional truth that's easy to overlook when the story is told as spectacle. People came to someone like Voison because they were afraid. Afraid of abandonment. Afraid of shame. Afraid of violence. Afraid of poverty. Afraid of their own lack of control. Some came with cruelty in mind, yes, but many came with panic, and panic is not theatrical. It is small, repetitive, exhausting. It is the daily grind of living under constraints and trying to survive them. That kind of fear doesn't make good legends. It makes real markets. The affair turned that market into a morality play, and morality plays require a certain kind of villain, someone who seems to profit from other people's weakness. The public can tolerate its own desperation more easily if it can blame someone else for exploiting it, rather than admitting that the desperation is structurally produced. Blame is cheaper than reform. So the price of knowing is paid twice. First, by the people whose knowledge is used and then condemned. Second, by the people who lose access to that knowledge when it becomes too dangerous to share. The city ends up less honest, less prepared, and more dependent on silence. Silence is not neutral. It is a policy. And policies shape lives. In the years after the affair's ending, Paris could pretend it had banished a corruption. What it had really done was redraw the boundaries of permissible knowledge. It had taught the city what kinds of speech were safe, what kinds of expertise were suspect, and which bodies could be made to carry the cost of public reassurance. The neighbor was gone. The need remained. And so did the lesson. In a city built on surfaces, knowing what lies beneath them can be a sentence. Chapter 18. The Arrest. An arrest is a rupture disguised as procedure. On paper it looks clean, a warrant, an address, a decision signed into being. In a city already trained to fear implication, it arrives less like a surprise and more like a reckoning. People sense it before it happens. Doors close earlier. Voices drop. Errands are delayed. A household that used to breathe normally begins to hold its breath. Paris had been holding its breath for months. By this stage, the inquiry had become a presence rather than an event. It lived in the way people watched each other, in the way servants paused before answering questions, in the way names were swallowed mid-sentence. It had transformed private life into something searchable. It had turned discretion into a suspicious habit and curiosity into a liability. The city did not need to know every detail to understand the rule. The wrong connection could be fatal. When the machinery finally moved towards Voison, it wasn't simply because she was found. She had been named often enough that finding her was a matter of deciding to make the name real. Her reputation had already done the first part of the work, separating her from the anonymity that protected most clandestine practitioners. A person cannot be arrested on myth alone, but a myth can make an arrest feel inevitable. Inevitability is a powerful substitute for proof. The arrest itself would have been experienced differently depending on where a person stood. For officials, it was a step towards closure. For the public, it was the promise of clarity. For clients, it was the moment the back door became the front door, when a private arrangement threatened to become public record. For intermediaries, it was the moment the center of the web began to burn, and everyone on the outer strands felt the heat. For La Voison, it was the moment the city stopped looking away. There is a particular violence in being seized by a system that has already decided what you are. The arrest doesn't begin with questions, it begins with the assumption that questions have already been answered elsewhere. The body is taken first, and the story is taken later. A person's ordinary possessions, candles, powders, papers, scraps of cloth, shift meaning the instant authority touches them. Nothing remains neutral once it is placed inside an inquiry that requires it to signify. What was once domestic becomes incriminating. The workshop becomes a scene. The room is no longer a place where clients could tell themselves they were only seeking comfort. It is now a site that must justify the state's fear. The inquiry does not arrive as an archivist. It arrives as a builder of narrative. It looks for objects that can be turned into proof, not proof in a scientific sense, but proof in a theatrical sense, items that can be described, displayed, interpreted, and repeated. The act of searching creates its own reality. A chest opened under suspicion yields different meaning than the same chest opened under trust. A packet becomes a poison, because the case requires poison. A list becomes a network, because the case requires a network. A religious object becomes disguise because the case requires deception. Even absence can be used. If nothing is found, it can be framed as cunning, as evidence of careful disposal. The room offers no safe interpretation. This is the structural advantage of the inquiry. It does not need to allow the accused an ordinary explanation. Ordinary explanations do not serve the ending. What serves the ending is a set of details that can be made to point in one direction. The arrest also changes what other people do with their memories. A client who once remembered a visit as a private humiliation now remembers it as a moment of danger. A servant who once delivered a packet without thinking now replays the errand until it fits the new frame. A neighbor who once tolerated strange traffic now recalls it as obvious wickedness. Arrest turns past ambiguity into present certainty, because certainty is socially useful when fear is in the air. Certainty helps people distance themselves. Distance is the first act of survival. People begin to sort themselves into the safe and the unsafe, the implicated and the innocent. They invent stories that place them on the safe side. They forget what they need to forget. They emphasize what they need to emphasize. They decide, often quickly, that they always suspected, always disapproved, always kept away. This is how panic rewrites community. For the investigation, the arrest is valuable not just because it captures a person, but because it captures leverage. A figure like La Voison holds something more dangerous than powders: knowledge. Knowledge of who came, what they wanted, what they paid, who introduced them, who waited in the street, who sent a servant instead of coming themselves. In an affair built on names as currency, the person who holds names becomes both asset and threat. The state wants the names. The clients want the names never to be spoken. This makes the arrested person the center of a struggle over silence. Once that struggle begins, the case stops being only about alleged acts and becomes about information management. The inquiry presses for expansion, the court presses for containment. Witnesses adjust their speech to whatever seems safest. Some offer names freely because names can buy leniency. Some refuse to offer names because names could invite retaliation. Some speak in hints and half-identifications. Some contradict themselves as the pressure shifts. The arrest accelerates everything. It also changes the tone. Before, the affair could still be held at arm's length by those who needed it to stay hypothetical. After, the story has a body. The body can be held, displayed, questioned, punished. The affair becomes less like an anxiety and more like a process. Process is what the state excels at. The city's role, meanwhile, becomes largely passive: to watch, to repeat, to fear, to wait for reassurance. People speak about the arrest in the language they've been taught to use: wickedness uncovered, corruption removed, order restored. They do this partly because they believe it, and partly because believing it is safer than lingering in uncertainty. Uncertainty is what turns everyone into a suspect. In the days that follow, the aftershocks spread outward from the cell. Clients grow restless. Intermediaries become frantic. Rivals become bold. Those who have been arrested already look for new bargains. Those who haven't yet been arrested begin to imagine they will be. The inquiry's papers swell with new leads. The idea of a network becomes stronger simply because the arrest suggests the network was real enough to justify such a move. The story hardens further. And La Voison, now inside the machinery, is no longer merely a woman in Paris. She is a resource to be extracted, a symbol to be displayed, a problem to be solved. From this point, the affair doesn't drift. It drives. Chapter 19, The Extraction. Once a person is held, the city's imagination stops doing the work and the state begins to do it. Detention is not simply confinement. It is a setting where the accused becomes raw material. The body is kept in place so the story can be worked on. The inquiry doesn't need only answers, it needs usable answers, answers that can be recorded, repeated, fitted into the architecture already built from other statements. This is why the questioning becomes relentless. There is an urgency to it that isn't only about solving a case. It is about controlling what the case will become. The inquiry has widened far enough that it threatens to implicate too much. It has also widened far enough that it cannot quietly dissolve without looking weak. A situation like this produces a particular kind of pressure, the need to extract information quickly, and the need to decide what will be done with it once extracted. Extraction is a violent word because it describes a violent logic. The accused is not approached as a person with a life. She is approached as a junction. The question is not merely what she did, but what she knows, who crossed her threshold, who sent a servant, whose name was spoken in the room. The state wants names because names allow it to claim reach. The court fears names because names threaten the surface of certainty the court must maintain. The accused is caught between these demands. That makes her valuable, and value changes how a person is handled. The inquiry cannot simply destroy her immediately, because destruction would seal the mouth. It needs her to speak first. It needs her to speak in a way that can be used. This creates a grim sort of bargaining space where every word is weighed and every silence is treated as resistance. Resistance is dangerous because it is interpreted as control. A woman who resists the story being built around her is framed as cunning. A woman who cooperates is framed as confirming the story. Either way, the machinery advances. The only question is how quickly, and how many other people the machinery will pull in before it is forced to narrow. This is where the extraction begins to look like a negotiation over reality. The inquiry presses for clarity, dates, places, quantities, methods. The accused may answer in evasions, not always out of guilt but out of survival. To speak plainly is to hand the state a weapon. To refuse is to invite harsher pressure. The space between those choices is where much of the record is produced: partial admissions, carefully framed denials, corrections that arrive too late. The record is not simply what is said. It is what the system can afford to hear. A detail that implicates the vulnerable is safe to record and act on. A detail that implicates the powerful is more complicated. It may still be recorded, but it might be treated differently, held, softened, delayed, or used as leverage rather than as prosecution. The inquiry can be both hungry and cautious at once. Its hunger is for proof of reach, its caution is for the stability of the court. This produces a kind of double extraction. The state extracts names from the accused, and then it extracts the dangerousness from those names by deciding what to do with them. Some names are turned into arrests. Some become rumors that remain rumors. Some disappear into silence. This is not necessarily because of a single hidden hand directing everything. It is because power, as a habit, protects itself. A system that survives by surfaces will protect the surface. For the accused, this makes speaking feel futile. If she speaks, her words can be used against her and against others. If she doesn't speak, the absence of speech is used to justify further pressure. Even truthful speech can be reinterpreted by the record, softened or sharpened by the scribe, placed beside other testimony to create a pattern, made to suggest more than it strictly says. Extraction doesn't only pull information out. It shapes the information into something the extractor can use. The inquiry also extracts something less visible: authority. Every interrogation is a demonstration that the state can reach into private life and compel it to speak. The details of the alleged crimes matter, but the demonstration matters as much. It teaches everyone watching, especially those who feel protected, that no privacy is absolute, and no discretion is beyond recall. That lesson is worth more to the state than any single confession. The accused is also being taught a lesson, that her own knowledge is now owned by the system. In the clandestine economy, information is power. A practitioner's value rests partly on what she knows and keeps. Once arrested, that power flips. The same knowledge becomes leverage in someone else's hands. The accused is pressured to surrender it, and once surrendered, she loses the only currency that might have allowed her to negotiate her position. This is why silence can persist, even under severe conditions. Not because silence is noble, but because silence may be the only remaining control a person has. If the accused believes her clients will abandon her the moment their names are spoken, she has little reason to protect them. If she believes those clients still have the power to harm her even after her arrest, she has reason to be careful. Fear of the state is one thing, fear of the powerful is another. Those fears can coexist in the same body. From the outside, the public wants a confession because confession feels like certainty. From inside the room, confession is messy. It is not a pure admission of truth. It is an act performed under pressure, shaped by the speaker's understanding of risk. A confession can be partial, strategic, even self-destructive. It can also be forced. In any of these forms, it becomes usable, because the system treats it as the strongest kind of evidence. Usable evidence is what the inquiry is collecting. As this process continues, the accused identity in the record shifts further away from any ordinary life she had. She becomes a role, supplier, organizer, contaminant. The more the inquiry extracts, the more it confirms the role it already assigned. The extraction is both discovery and manufacture. The city watches this from a distance and mistakes it for clarity. It sees the machinery moving and assumes movement means truth has been found. It sees papers filled with words and assumes words mean proof. It hears that a figure has been arrested and assumes that arrest means guilt. These assumptions are socially convenient. They allow people to relax their fear without confronting the underlying conditions that produced the scandal. Convenience is a kind of complicity that looks like relief. Meanwhile, the inquiry moves towards its next requirement, expansion that can still be controlled. Names pulled from the accused mouth become new pressure points. Arrests become new testimonies. New testimonies become new patterns. The record swells again, and the state must decide, again, how far it can afford to go. The accused remains in the middle of this, not as a person but as a source. A well can be drained. And once it has been drained, the system no longer needs to keep it intact. Chapter 20. The names that move. A name in a locked room behaves differently from a name in the street. In the street, a name is gossip, soft-edged, deniable, passed along with a shrug. In the room, a name becomes a tool. It can buy mercy. It can buy time. It can buy attention. It can also buy revenge. The inquiry turned language into currency, and once language becomes currency, the value of a name is set by what it can do. Some names were heavy enough to bend the room. Others were light enough to be spent casually. A heavy name carried risk. It threatened to drag the inquiry towards the court, towards households that could retaliate, towards alliances that shouldn't be touched openly. A light name could be used without consequence. It belonged to someone marginal, someone already suspect, someone unprotected. Light names were safer to spend. They were also less satisfying to the public, who wanted the thrill of proximity to power. So the inquiry needed both. It needed light names to keep the machinery moving, more arrests, more interrogations, more proof of action. It needed heavy names to justify its own scale and to feed the scandal's hunger. But it could not treat heavy names the same way it treated light ones. That difference is where the affair becomes most revealing. It shows, in the clearest possible way, how justice behaves inside hierarchy. Justice does not land evenly. It lands where it can. This is how names moved. A prisoner says a name because they think it will buy them something. The name enters the record. Once it enters the record, it becomes something other people can trade, because the record itself becomes a source of suggestions. Interrogators ask, "Do you know this person?" A witness hears the name in the room and then begins to remember them. Memory adjusts to pressure. A name that was once half known becomes fully known. A visit that was once uncertain becomes definite. The story tightens itself around whatever the record already contains. The record teaches people what to remember. This is not always deliberate on the part of officials. It can be structural. When a state builds an inquiry, it needs coherence. Coherence is easiest when new information confirms old information. Contradictory information creates work. Work slows momentum. Slowness looks like failure. In this context, confirmation is rewarded, and so the record tends to expand in the direction it already points. This is how an investigation develops a gravity of its own. Names are pulled towards the center. Voison's arrest intensified this gravity. Once she was positioned as the hub, every name attached to her sounded plausible simply because she was now the sort of person such names would attach to. The inquiry could treat these connections as evidence of reach. It could also use them as bait, tell one prisoner that another has spoken, hint that the record already contains what they're withholding, imply that silence will be punished as deceit. The machinery didn't need to be omniscient. It only needed to sound like it was. Sounding omniscient is one of the oldest techniques of power. It creates an atmosphere where confession feels inevitable, and when confession feels inevitable, people try to control its terms. They speak first. They speak strategically. They speak to frame themselves as smaller, as misled, as frightened. They speak to redirect suspicion. The easiest redirection is towards a name already infamous, because the room believes it and wants it. A famous name is a safe target. But not every famous name was safe. Some names had to be handled like unstable chemicals, contained, never shaken too hard. The inquiry could allow them to appear in the record while ensuring they never fully solidified into prosecution. A name could be mentioned without being pursued. It could be treated as rumor, as the product of a witness's imagination, as hearsay. The same officials who would treat a poor woman's vague accusation as fact could suddenly discover the concept of reliability when a high-ranking name surfaced. Reliability is a flexible principle when hierarchy is at stake. This flexibility served multiple functions. It protected the court from embarrassment. It protected alliances. It protected the appearance that the king's world was orderly and morally superior to the city beneath it. It also allowed the inquiry to continue without detonating its own foundations. An investigation that truly pursued every name it touched would become ungovernable. Ungovernable is the one outcome the state could not permit. So the inquiry learned to perform reach without fully exercising it. It could let the public believe the scandal had touched high places while ensuring the punishment remained concentrated on expendable bodies. It could make an example of the marginal while hinting at the elite. That hinting was enough to satisfy curiosity and fear without forcing a confrontation with the reality that the court's order was built on the same secrecy it condemned. A hint is often the most politically useful form of truth. Meanwhile, the names continued to move through the lower layers of the city like fire through paper. A servant is arrested and names an employer's companion. The companion names a neighbor. The neighbor names a midwife. The midwife names a fortune teller. Each step feels plausible because Paris is dense and people are connected. The density is real. The inference that density equals conspiracy is the part that becomes dangerous. Density is normal. Conspiracy is a story. The inquiry turned density into conspiracy by insisting on a single logic behind many individual decisions. It treated a network, real in the sense that people knew one another, as a coordinated enterprise. Coordinated enterprises are easier to prosecute. They also make the state look competent. It isn't chasing random crime, it is dismantling an organized threat. Competence is part of the performance of rule. This is why the list becomes so important. Not necessarily a literal list in someone's hand, though the imagination loves that detail, but a list as a concept, the idea that somewhere written down, is proof that respectable Paris purchased forbidden outcomes. The public is drawn to lists because lists feel definitive. They offer a fantasy of total knowledge. They imply that the scandal can be fully contained if the list is found and acted on. In reality, lists are rarely clean, and the people who fear them are often the ones who ensure they stay incomplete. Names move, then, with a kind of selective speed. Some travel all the way into arrests and convictions. Some travel only far enough to frighten someone into compliance. Some travel into silence, stopped not by lack of evidence, but by the risk of what evidence would mean. The record, thick as it becomes, is still shaped by what the state can afford to make true. Affordability is a grim form of justice. For those caught low in the net, the movement of names feels like a tide that can't be resisted. A name is spoken, and suddenly a life is in motion, arrested, questioned, rewritten. For those higher up, the movement of names is something to manage, deny, redirect, sacrifice intermediaries, offer respectable outrage, and wait for the machinery to exhaust itself. The inquiry created a marketplace for innocence. In that marketplace, some people could pay more than others. And at the center of this movement sits the original violence, the transformation of private life into currency. A person's visit, a person's desperation, a person's secret becomes tradable. A name becomes a token that can be exchanged for survival. Once that exchange begins, it doesn't stop because the truth is found. It stops when enough people have been made an example, and the court decides it has seen enough. Until then, the names keep moving. Chapter 21, The Ones Left Behind. Every scandal has its visible figures, and then it has the people it consumes quietly. The affair is remembered through names that became famous, through the thrill of proximity to power, through images of candles and powders and whispered rites. But beneath that spectacle was a more ordinary reality, a widening circle of lives pulled into the machinery because they were near enough, poor enough, or exposed enough to be useful. These are the ones left behind. They are not a single class, but they share a common vulnerability. They could not make distance perform for them. When fear spread through the city, the protected could retreat behind reputation. The unprotected could not. They lived in rooms that could be searched, worked in houses that could deny knowing them, relied on people who could sacrifice them without consequence. And they were everywhere. Servants in particular were both infrastructure and risk. They handled food and medicine. They carried messages. They opened doors. They cleaned rooms where letters were hidden and arguments spilled. They heard things without being invited to hear them, because invisibility is the job. In normal times, that invisibility was the condition of their survival. In the inquiry, it became evidence of opportunity. If something had been slipped into a cup, who better than a servant? If a packet had moved through a household, who else would have carried it? Visibility, for servants, arrived as accusation. A servant pulled into interrogation does not arrive with the protections that allow a person to resist. They rarely have education enough to argue coherently in a hostile room. They rarely have allies powerful enough to demand fair treatment. They are likely to be frightened, tired, ashamed, and desperate to say the thing that will end the moment. The inquiry relied on this. It relied on those who could be bent. Bending produces statements. Statements produce names. And names produce more bending. This cycle is why the inquiry grew like a living thing. It did not need a single mastermind to drive it. It needed only a constant supply of vulnerable bodies. Paris supplied them. The city had always run on an abundance of people with little protection. The affair simply repurposed that abundance into fuel. Women were particularly exposed within this system. Not because women alone sought clandestine help, but because women's lives contained more points of potential scandal and fewer legal exits. Pregnancy was a risk. A lover could become a threat. A husband could become a sentence. A child could be both joy and vulnerability. A woman's reputation could be undone by a rumor in a way a man's often could not. Rumor, then, became a kind of violence that targeted women first. When the inquiry framed illicit practice as an infection, women's knowledge became suspect. Midwives, healers, fortune-tellers, neighbors who knew things. Their work had always existed in a gray zone, necessary, tolerated, quietly relied on. Once panic arrived, the gray zone turned black. What had been help became corruption. What had been competence became craft. The ones left behind are often those who did the city's hardest work. Midwives saw the consequences of rigid morality in blood and breath. They dealt with stillbirth, miscarriage, difficult labor, infection, the bodies of women whose lives were constrained by law and expectation. They were blamed when outcomes were tragic, and they were praised only when the outcome could be framed as miracle rather than skill. In the affair's climate, their proximity to life and death made them easy to fear. It also made them useful to the record. An inquiry hungry for a world of wickedness needs people who can plausibly connect to many households. Midwives could. So could laundresses, cooks, seamstresses, women who entered homes by the back stair and moved through intimate spaces. These women could be made to represent a hidden network simply because their labor already formed a web across the city. A web of work was recast as a web of crime. This recasting did not require every interrogator to be cynical. It required only that the inquiry's framework treat connection as suspicious. Once that framework is accepted, ordinary social and economic relationships become incriminating. A woman who knows many women becomes central. A woman who visits many houses becomes operational. A woman who carries a bag of tools becomes concealed. Ordinary life becomes evidence when fear is in charge. The ones left behind also include the truly desperate clients. Not the sensational ones that later histories love to emphasize, but the women who sought relief from pregnancy, the servants who needed a remedy for pain, the poor who wanted a charm because a charm was cheaper than a doctor. These clients were not protected by the ability to deny involvement convincingly. If they were named, they could be ruined. If they spoke, they could implicate themselves. If they stayed silent, they could be crushed. In such lives, innocence is not armor. It is simply another vulnerability. This is the moral discomfort the affair produces when it is read without distance. Many people caught in it did not enter the underground because they were wicked. They entered it because they were trapped. That trapping was structural, built into law, class, gender, and the daily brutality of survival. The inquiry punished the symptom, not the structure. Punishing the symptom has a familiar logic. It is visible. Structures are not. And the most brutal aspect of being left behind is how quickly the city forgets you. Public memory prefers villains and nobles. It prefers the dramatic and the legible. A servant who breaks under interrogation is not memorable. A midwife accused of craft is not memorable. A poor woman seeking relief is not memorable. The record may contain them, but the story rarely does. Yet they are the story's foundation. Without them, the inquiry cannot expand. Without them, it cannot demonstrate reach. Without them, it cannot build the illusion of a city-wide conspiracy. They are the connective tissue that allows the affair to look bigger than any single act. And they pay for that bigness with their lives, their bodies, their futures. The scandal ends with the satisfaction of the public and the relief of the powerful. The ones left behind receive neither. When the inquiry narrows and the court decides it has seen enough, these people do not get an apology or a restoration. They return to the same precarious world that made them vulnerable, now with an added layer of fear, the knowledge that private life can be turned into evidence at any moment. That knowledge changes how a person lives. It teaches caution. It teaches silence. It teaches submission dressed as prudence. It teaches people to keep their suffering tidier, their needs quieter, their lives smaller. A city can call that order. For the ones left behind, it is another form of constraint. Chapter 22, The Court's Problem. The affair was never only a Paris problem. It was a court problem that had spilled into the city. The court depended on the appearance of control. It depended on hierarchy looking natural, on the king's authority looking inevitable, on moral order appearing to flow downward from the center. A scandal that suggested private life could be manipulated, through secret markets, clandestine remedies, whispered bargains, challenged that appearance. Worse, it suggested the court itself might be using the same back doors it publicly condemned. That possibility was intolerable. Not because the court was uniquely moral, but because the court was uniquely exposed. Every relationship at Versailles was a kind of negotiation, power traded for favor, favor traded for access, access traded for survival. In such an environment, a rumor is never just a rumor. It is a weapon. It can topple a rival, weaken a patron, reshape a marriage, destabilize alliances. The court lived on controlled secrecy. An inquiry built on uncontrolled disclosure was the wrong kind of fire. So the court's primary concern became containment. Containment did not necessarily mean stopping the inquiry. It meant directing it. It meant ensuring the scandal ended in a way that did not stain the structure it was meant to protect. The court could allow the public to believe the city had been cleansed, so long as the cleansing didn't turn into a purge of the elite. A purge at the top is a political crisis. The inquiry, then, had two masters. It had the public master, the need to be seen doing something decisive. And it had the private master, the need to protect the court surface. These masters often wanted opposite things. The public craved the thrill of high names. The court feared what high names would do once spoken too loudly and too often. The inquiry had to keep both satisfied. This is why the affair takes on its peculiar rhythm: expansion followed by narrowing, dramatic suggestion followed by sudden restraint. A name might surface and then vanish. A rumor might be allowed to circulate without being converted into prosecution. A witness might be pressed hard when their testimony targets the vulnerable and treated cautiously when it touches the protected. The same system can be fierce and gentle, depending on who is in its sights. This selectivity is often interpreted as hypocrisy, and it is, but it is also strategy. A monarchy survives by managing perception. If the court is publicly implicated in illicit dealings, the king's moral authority is weakened. If the king's moral authority is weakened, then the story the monarchy tells about itself becomes less believable. In a system where the story is part of the infrastructure of power, loss of belief is dangerous. Belief is a form of obedience. So the court needs the affair to end with a moral lesson that strengthens belief rather than undermines it. That lesson cannot be, the elite are corrupt and murderous. It also cannot be, the state cannot control its own city. The lesson must be safer: wickedness existed on the margins, the king's justice discovered it, the king's justice removed it, the kingdom is restored. This story positions the monarchy as purifier rather than participant. It is also the story that requires scapegoats. Voison and others like her become crucial because they allow the court to imply proximity without accepting responsibility. The public can be fed a sense of scandal reaching high places, while punishment falls on those low enough to be safe targets. The court gets to look both threatened and triumphant, threatened by hidden corruption, triumphant in stamping it out. This is a neat political arc. Reality is rarely neat, but neatness is what the court demanded. The court's problem was not only reputational. It was operational. If people believed that outcomes could be bought outside sanction channels, then sanction channels looked weak. If people believed that powders and charms could decide inheritance and marriage and loyalty, then law and religion looked less absolute. The court relied on the belief that the king's order governed life. An underground market suggested a parallel order, one governed by private desire and private money. Private money is the court's own language. That is what made the affair so dangerous. It revealed that the court's public moral certainty coexisted with private cynicism. It revealed that the same instincts that drove court politics, leverage, secrecy, outcomes, also drove the clandestine market, only with different tools. The court needed those instincts to remain presentable as virtue. So the scandal had to be framed as deviation rather than reflection. Deviation can be punished. Reflection demands self-recognition, and self-recognition is destabilizing. This is why the court becomes invested in controlling not just the outcome of the inquiry, but the meaning of it. Meaning determines what the public learns. Meaning determines whether fear turns into resentment against the elite or remains directed at convenient targets. Fear directed upward becomes revolutionary energy. Fear directed sideways becomes social discipline. The court preferred discipline. It preferred a story in which women's illicit knowledge was the threat, not the court's private appetites. It preferred a story in which servants and neighbors were dangerous, not the power structure that created their invisibility. It preferred a story in which moral rot had a source that could be removed, rather than acknowledging that moral compromise was part of the system's daily function. A system can admit crimes. It struggles to admit it produces the conditions for them. So the court's problem became the affair's architecture. It shaped what could be pursued and what had to be quietly set aside. It shaped how far the list could go before it became unmanageable. It shaped how the inquiry moved between hunger and restraint. It shaped why an ending was not merely necessary, but urgent. Because an inquiry that truly pursues every name it touches does not end with purification. It ends with the powerful looking vulnerable. And vulnerability, at the level of court and crown, is the one thing that cannot be allowed to stand. Chapter 23, The Line They Wouldn't Cross. There is a moment in every dangerous investigation when the question stops being what is true and becomes what is allowable. The affair reached that moment once the inquiry began to brush too close to the court's foundations. Not because officials suddenly discovered mercy, but because power has a threshold, a point beyond which the pursuit of justice becomes a threat to the order that justice is meant to serve. That threshold is the line they wouldn't cross. The line was not written on paper. It didn't need to be. It lived in the way questions were asked, in the way certain testimonies were treated, in the sudden tightening of skepticism when a name carried too much weight. It lived in the silence that followed some claims, and in the speed with which other claims became arrests. The inquiry learned quickly how to recognize the difference between a usable truth and a dangerous one. A usable truth could be prosecuted without consequence to the hierarchy. It involved the marginal, practitioners, servants, small-time intermediaries, people already vulnerable to suspicion. A dangerous truth pointed upward. It threatened great households, reputations, alliances. It threatened to turn the affair from a cleansing into a crisis. So the machinery adapted. It did not stop. It recalibrated. The recalibration is visible in the affair's patterns, the way the inquiry could expand rapidly through lower strata while moving cautiously around the protected, the way dramatic suggestions of high involvement could be permitted in whispers but not always in charges, the way the public could be fed scandal without being given enough certainty to demand structural accountability. Scandal is easier to manage than proof. Proof forces action. This is where witness credibility becomes a lever rather than a principle. A witness who implicates the vulnerable is treated as persuasive even if their story is fragmented. A witness who implicates the powerful is suddenly treated as unreliable, too frightened, too confused, too vindictive, too morally compromised. The same human weakness that is ignored in one direction becomes decisive in another. This isn't subtle. It doesn't have to be. In a hierarchy, everyone understands how credibility works. It flows towards what is safe. Safety here means safety for the court. The line they wouldn't cross was enforced through tempo as well as judgment. When the inquiry wanted to move on a target, it moved quickly. Speed creates inevitability. Speed prevents intervention. Speed keeps a story from being questioned before it becomes official. When the inquiry needed to avoid a target, it slowed. It demanded more corroboration. It requested more paperwork. It waited. Waiting is a kind of refusal that doesn't look like refusal. Waiting allows the court to solve the problem quietly. Quiet solutions are the court's specialty. Quiet solutions can include pressure on witnesses, redirection of inquiry, selective forgetting, the use of intermediaries as sacrificial buffers. A client can be framed as naive. A servant can be framed as rogue. A friend can be framed as the true instigator. These reframings preserve the structure by ensuring the most protected names remain untouchable. The inquiry could demonstrate reach without making reach irreversible. This is why the affair's most fascinating feature is its partialness. It hints at a vast network, and it likely did touch many households, because clandestine markets in a city like Paris are inevitably interwoven with domestic life. But the record's shape, what is made central, what is left peripheral, is not simply the shape of reality. It is the shape of what the state could afford to make public. Affordability becomes the editor of truth. The line they wouldn't cross also reveals something harsher, the expendability of those below it. Once the court's threshold is understood, everyone beneath it becomes a resource. Their bodies can be used to demonstrate moral cleansing. Their confessions can be used to build the archive. Their punishment can be used to reassure the public. They can be made to carry the moral weight of the scandal so the court can continue to appear clean. A hierarchy preserves itself by exporting consequence. La Voison's usefulness to the ending increases precisely because she sits beneath the line. She can be portrayed as the center of a network without implicating the court itself as the center of anything. She can be punished harshly as a symbol of wickedness, allowing the court to appear both shocked and triumphant. The public can be satisfied with a villain. The inquiry can claim success. The protected can breathe again. This is not cover-up in the cinematic sense. It is governance by boundaries. Boundaries are how power survives. The line also shapes what the public learns to fear. If the scandal is framed as the work of marginal women and illicit practitioners, then the public learns to fear those women. It learns to treat folk knowledge as dangerous. It learns to see domestic helpers as potential threats. It learns to interpret private crisis as moral failing. These fears are socially useful. They direct anger sideways and downward rather than upward. Anger directed upward is politically dangerous. So the line is not merely about protecting reputations. It is about protecting the direction of blame. Blame is an instrument. A state can turn it like a wheel. Once the inquiry has made its decisions about the line, the rest becomes a matter of staging. The case can continue to generate arrests and confessions so long as they fall safely beneath the threshold. It can continue to feed the public a sense of moral drama, so long as the drama does not require structural reckoning. It can continue until the state decides it has achieved its main goal, restoring the impression of order. That impression is always the real target. Because in a monarchy built on the performance of certainty, the worst possible outcome is not that crimes occurred. The worst possible outcome is that the public comes to believe the court cannot control what occurs, or that the court is too similar to the clandestine world it condemns. So the line holds. It holds not because it is just, but because it is necessary for the system that draws it. And everyone beneath it pays. Chapter 24, The Bargains. A scandal this large runs on deals, whether it admits it or not. Not the tidy sort of bargain written into contracts, but the living kind, promises made in rooms that leave no paper trail, threats delivered in polite language, concessions traded for quiet. The affair turned testimony into currency, and once testimony has value, the entire inquiry becomes a marketplace, one where survival is negotiated in fragments. Every person pulled into the machinery is forced into calculation. What can be said without destroying oneself? What can be denied without inviting harsher pressure? Which name will satisfy an interrogator without provoking retaliation later? What story makes you look less like an agent and more like a victim, less like a decision-maker and more like a tool? The system encourages this thinking because it feeds on it. A witness who bargains gives the inquiry motion. Motion looks like success. Success justifies severity. Severity produces more bargaining. It is a self-reinforcing economy, and the most vulnerable are forced to participate whether they understand the rules or not. The bargains begin at the lowest levels. A servant offers a name to avoid being blamed as the principal. A minor practitioner offers a bigger name to appear small. A courier insists they never knew what they carried. A woman admits to charms, to avoid admission of something that would be punished more harshly. These are not necessarily lies, they are strategies for framing. In a coercive system, framing can determine whether you are punished as a nuisance or as a threat. Threat is the word that decides everything. Officials bargain too, though they do not call it bargaining. They offer leniency for cooperation. They imply harsher treatment for silence. They decide which confessions are sincere and which are evasive depending on whether the confession is useful. They accept certain inconsistencies because the overall shape is helpful, and they punish other inconsistencies because they complicate the story. The inquiry's bargains are always made with an eye on what the court can afford. That affordability shapes which bargains are honored and which are discarded. A witness who implicates a vulnerable target may find the room receptive. A witness who implicates a dangerous name may find the room suddenly skeptical. The bargain is still there, speech for survival, but the exchange rate changes depending on who is being named. Some names are treated like coin. Others are treated like explosives. The accused understand this unevenly. Some people can read power. They know which accusations will be welcomed and which will be punished as insolence. They can tailor their cooperation to the inquiry's needs. Others cannot. They name someone too high, too soon, and find that their cooperation has become a problem rather than a payment. They learn quickly that the inquiry's hunger has boundaries. Boundaries are enforced through consequences. The bargains are not only between the state and the accused. They also exist between clients and practitioners, between patrons and servants, between households and their intermediaries. A client bargains with silence. You'll never mention my name, I'll never mention yours. When fear rises, that bargain becomes fragile. A client might decide that betraying the practitioner is safer than trusting the practitioner's discretion. A practitioner might decide that betraying a client is the only leverage left. Each side begins to see the other not as partner but as threat. Partnership collapses quickly when the state is listening. Patrons bargain too, often without appearing to. A wealthy household can protect itself by offering up a buffer, an intermediary who can be presented as the true wrongdoer. A servant can be blamed as thief, liar, rogue. A companion can be framed as overreaching. A practitioner can be framed as fraud who deceived respectable people. These reframings are bargains with the social order. Accept this sacrifice and you may keep believing we are clean. The public often accepts. Because the public, too, is bargaining. The public wants reassurance. It wants the scandal to end. It wants to keep believing the court is orderly. In exchange, it accepts a simplified villain, a curated story, an ending that promises purification. This is the largest bargain of all. A city agrees to be satisfied with theater so it can return to daily life. Daily life is expensive when panic is constant. This is how the affair becomes both intensely dramatic and strangely limited. It can generate endless confessions and accusations, yet it still has to conclude in a way that doesn't destabilize the court. The bargains are how this is achieved. They allow the inquiry to produce enough horror to justify itself, while controlling the direction of consequence. Consequence is the thing being negotiated. For La Voison, bargaining space is narrow. She is useful to too many narratives at once. She is useful as proof the inquiry has found its center. She is useful as a container for accusations that need somewhere to land. She is useful as a warning about women's illicit knowledge. She is useful as insulation for clients who want to distance themselves. A person who is that useful cannot bargain freely. Whatever she says can be used to expand the affair, and whatever she refuses to say can be used to justify harsher treatment. If she names clients, she risks provoking power she cannot reach. If she protects clients, she protects the very people who will abandon her. If she tells a more ordinary story, about desperation, small remedies, ambiguous requests, the inquiry can treat it as minimization. Minimization is not a defense in a moral panic. So the bargains around her become bargains about time. The state may keep her alive long enough to extract what it can, then decide she has outlived her usefulness. The court may allow certain names to circulate just enough to discipline them, then demand quiet. The inquiry may pursue certain intermediaries to demonstrate motion, then narrow to create an ending. Each decision buys something: calm, leverage, closure. The affair is full of bargains like this, most of them unspoken. They can be felt in the way the story tightens and loosens. They can be felt in the way certain threads are cut abruptly. They can be felt in the way punishment falls with precision on the vulnerable and with caution near the protected. They can be felt in the way the inquiry, having created a marketplace for innocence, eventually decides the market must close. Markets close when the costs become too high. And when the market closes, the bargains don't end. They simply move into silence. Chapter 25. The Confessions. Confession feels like the cleanest kind of truth. In an affair like this, it is rarely clean. A confession is a shape made under pressure. It is a person measuring danger, trying to survive, trying to end pain, trying to make sense of what the room will accept. The state treats confession as the strongest evidence because confession is convenient. It converts uncertainty into certainty, complexity into a statement, a whole life into a paragraph that can be filed. But convenience is not reliability. Paris produced confessions the way it produced bread, daily, urgently, unevenly. Some were likely honest. Some were likely strategic. Some were likely coerced. Many were a mixture, a real memory stitched to an invented detail, a minor admission inflated to satisfy interrogators, a rumor repeated as if it were witnessed because the room demanded something that sounded like sight. The inquiry did not need perfect confessions. It needed usable ones. Usable means coherent enough to fit the developing narrative. Coherent enough to support new arrests. Coherent enough to justify severity. Coherent enough to satisfy the public that wickedness had been found and named. In that framework, a confession becomes a performance. Not theatrical in the sense of being fake, but theatrical in the sense of being shaped for an audience. The audience might be the interrogators in the room, the officials above them, the court, or the public. A person confessing learns quickly that certain kinds of detail are rewarded: vividness, moral clarity, clear villains, clear methods. A person who cannot provide those details is treated as hiding something. A person who provides them is treated as finally telling the truth. This is how the room teaches people what truth should sound like. Some confessions are offered as shields. A woman admits to fortune-telling, because fortune-telling is prosecutable but not always fatal. A person admits to selling charms, because charms can be framed as foolish superstition. A midwife admits to unlawful remedies, because remedies can be described as help rather than harm. These admissions can be real. They can also be tactical. A person may decide to give the room something it wants in order to avoid giving the room what would kill them. The room, however, can use the shield as a door. Once superstition is admitted, officials can treat it as the gateway to poison. Once a ritual is admitted, officials can treat it as evidence of moral corruption. Once a person has conceded that they operated outside sanctioned authority, it becomes easier to frame them as capable of anything. In a moral panic, capability is treated as guilt. Capability is what women were punished for. Some confessions are offered as weapons. A prisoner names a rival. A servant names a mistress. A minor practitioner names the more famous one. A client names the operator and frames themselves as deceived. Confession is not always self-accusation, it is often a distribution of blame. The inquiry encouraged this because blame created motion. Motion created the impression of an expanding map. The map justified the inquiry's extraordinary reach. A map is built from confessions even when the terrain is uncertain. This is why confessions pile up and begin to resemble corroboration. If 3 people say the same thing, it feels true. But 3 people can say the same thing for many reasons. Because they heard it, because they were asked about it, because the record already contained it, because the interrogators rewarded it, because it was safer to align with what the room believed than to contradict it. Repetition can be a sign of truth. It can also be a sign of pressure. Pressure produces consensus. Not honest consensus, survival consensus. The affair's confessions are full of survival logic. A person may exaggerate their own wickedness because exaggerated wickedness can look like cooperation. A person may overstate the scale of a network because scale makes their own role seem smaller. A person may attach themselves to a famous figure because that figure can absorb blame and because the room already believes in that figure's centrality. A person may reshape timelines because exact timelines are difficult under stress and because the room punishes uncertainty. This is how the record becomes both rich and unstable. For readers later, richness can look like proof. Vivid confessions offer the illusion of access, the sensation that one is hearing straight from the hidden world. That illusion is powerful, and it is why the affair has such lasting cultural grip. But vividness is not verification. Vividness can be a product of suggestion, rumor, and the human mind's urge to fill gaps with the most available story. In Paris, the most available story was the one the inquiry was building. Confession also functions as a moral transaction. A person confesses in a context where guilt is not merely legal but spiritual. Even a secular court draws on religious ideas: sin, corruption, repentance. Confession can therefore be framed as cleansing. The accused is expected to purge wickedness through speech. This framing is useful to authorities because it turns interrogation into moral theater. The state becomes not only punisher but purifier. The purifier needs filth to justify itself. So the confessions trend towards filth. They become dense with images that satisfy the public's hunger for horror. They speak of secret rites, forbidden acts, conspiratorial meetings. Some of these claims may reflect real practices. Some may reflect the way the accused understood what the room wanted. Some may reflect the way rumors in a frightened city metastasize into memory. The truth in such confessions exists, but it is braided. It is braided with fear, with strategy, with coercion, with rumor, with the moral needs of the state and the public. This is why La Voison's confession, whatever its exact content, could never function as a simple key. If she admits to ordinary clandestine trade, charms, remedies, ambiguous help, the inquiry can treat it as confirmation of something darker. If she denies, denial can be treated as proof of cunning. If she names clients, she threatens the court's line. If she refuses, she becomes a symbol of defiance. Any confession she gives is immediately absorbed into a narrative larger than her. In that situation, confession becomes less about revealing the past and more about shaping the ending. The ending requires a particular kind of truth, one that fits on a scaffold. Confession provides that, even when it is unstable. It is the language by which the inquiry turns a sprawling social reality into a prosecutable story. It allows the state to claim certainty where certainty is hard to obtain. It allows the public to feel the relief of resolution. It allows the court to close the file and return to its performance of order. The price is paid in what confession cannot capture: the everyday desperation, the grey compromises, the ordinary violence that pushed people towards back doors. Those things do not confess neatly. So they remain, unpunished, unreformed, unchanged, beneath the story the city chooses to remember. Chapter 26: The Scapegoat. A society under strain doesn't only want answers. It wants someone to carry the strain away. By now, The affair had generated enough fear to make every household feel porous and unsafe. It had generated enough testimony to make the city feel saturated with hidden threat. It had generated enough proximity to the court to make power anxious, and enough spectacle to make the public hungry. The inquiry had also taught everyone a lesson, that private life could be turned inside out without warning. In that climate, the city didn't need a complex conclusion. It needed a scapegoat. A scapegoat is a political instrument. It compresses diffuse anxiety into a single body. It offers the public a clean moral picture, evil identified, evil punished, evil removed. It allows those who benefited from secrecy to treat secrecy as an aberration, and those who participated in quiet compromises to feel absolved without reflection. The scapegoat is how a society avoids recognizing itself. Voison was fitted for this role by the scandal's own logic. She was a woman. She was associated with illicit knowledge. She occupied a space between respectability and the underground. She was close enough to the elite to make the story thrilling, far enough to be destroyed without destabilizing the court. Her name was already repeated often enough that she felt real, even to people who had never seen her. Repetition is half the work of condemnation. Once she is treated as the center, everything else becomes easier to narrate. The clients become fools or victims. The intermediaries become tools. The court becomes threatened but pure. The state becomes cleansing. Paris becomes a city briefly contaminated and then restored. The scapegoat allows the story to end without requiring the city to address why so many people were prepared to buy illicit solutions in the first place. A scapegoat is useful because it absorbs contradiction. Contradiction had become dangerous. The inquiry needed to show strength without humiliating the powerful. It needed to satisfy the public's appetite for horror without allowing horror to implicate the structure itself. It needed to punish enough people to appear serious, but not so many that fear would never settle. It needed to stop the scandal without admitting that the scandal had revealed limits the state couldn't fix. A scapegoat resolves these tensions by simplifying them. Simplification is not honesty, but it is stability. In the record, scapegoating happens gradually. It can be seen in emphasis, the way certain stories are repeated and others fade. It can be seen in framing, the way language hardens around the accused, turning ambiguity into intent. It can be seen in selection, the way particular accusations are treated as central while other threads are quietly cut. It can be seen in the moral tone applied to the accused, less human detail, more symbol. A symbol is easier to punish than a person. The public participates in scapegoating not because it is uniquely cruel, but because it is afraid. Fear makes people want the world to be legible. If danger is random and diffuse, then anyone could be next. If danger has a source, then safety can be imagined as distance from that source. The scapegoat offers the fantasy of control. Remove her, and the danger is gone. The fantasy is soothing. It is also false. But the city needed soothing more than it needed truth. The scapegoat also serves the court's interests. A court scandal can be survived if it is reframed as an external contamination, something that reached towards the elite from the city below, rather than something originating within elite appetites. The scapegoat makes that reframing plausible. The court can claim to have been targeted, deceived, tempted. Even if some of its members sought outcomes in the underground, they can be described as misled by a wicked operator rather than as active participants. Agency is quietly reassigned. The scapegoat takes on the agency the clients cannot afford to be seen to have had. This is part of why women so often become scapegoats in moral panics. A woman can be blamed for seduction, deception, corruption, for leading astray. She can be cast as the active force and the men and women around her as passive, foolish, bewitched, desperate. This framing preserves respectable self-image and preserves the hierarchy by keeping responsibility away from those who must remain credible. Credibility is a currency the court cannot lose. The state's interest is even simpler. A scapegoat makes closure possible. An inquiry can't end while it still feels like it might expand. It ends when it delivers an outcome that looks decisive enough to stop further questions. That decisiveness is achieved through visible punishment. Visible punishment requires a visible center. The scapegoat provides it. The scaffold is built on the idea that the center has been found. Once the scapegoat is in place, evidence becomes easier to interpret because interpretation no longer needs to be cautious. Contradictions can be dismissed as lies. Gaps can be filled with inference. The accused denial becomes proof of cunning. The accused admission becomes proof of monstrous reach. Every detail becomes another brick in a wall the state needs to stand. In this stage, the system stops asking whether it has proved enough. It asks only whether it can end. For La Voison, the transformation into scapegoat is the point of no return. A person can sometimes survive an accusation. A scapegoat rarely survives the function assigned to them. The scapegoat is not meant to be rehabilitated, or even fully understood. The scapegoat is meant to be removed in a way that restores a sense of order. Restoration requires the public to believe the removal has meaning. Meaning is manufactured through moral language, wickedness, corruption, contagion, purification. These words do not describe a person as they are. They describe a person as they need to be for the ending to feel righteous. The scapegoat is made into an object lesson. And object lessons have to be simple enough to repeat. That simplicity is the last violence done to the accused before the state even touches the body, the stripping away of complexity until only the role remains. Once only the role remains, the ending can proceed. Chapter 27, The Sentence. A sentence is where the state turns narrative into outcome. Everything before it, the rumors, the arrests, the interrogations, the confessions, is preparation. It creates the impression of inevitability. By the time the sentence is pronounced, the public is meant to feel that the conclusion has been earned, that the story has found its proper shape. The sentence is not only punishment. It is the state announcing that uncertainty has been contained. Contained uncertainty is what order looks like. In a case like this, the sentence functions as a seal. It seals the inquiry's interpretation into official truth. It seals the accused into the role assigned to her. It seals the public's fear into a moral lesson. This is what happens. The sentence does not need to convince everyone. It needs to convince enough people to stop the scandal from spreading further. Stopping the spread was the urgent political task. The record by now would have felt heavy, thick with statements, crowded with names, dense with claims that made the city's private life look like a coordinated menace. Whether every claim could be verified was less important than the cumulative effect. The point of accumulation is to overwhelm doubt. Doubt is dangerous in a moral panic because doubt invites more questions, and more questions threaten to pull the inquiry past the line the court would not cross. So the sentence arrives as both climax and containment. Its language is decisive. It does not pause for nuance. A court does not announce, "This is complicated." It announces guilt and consequence. It presents itself as clarity made flesh. It asks the public to accept the conclusion as the end of their unease. The more frightening the scandal has become, the more the public craves that conclusion. Craving makes people cooperative. It makes them willing to accept the story that closes the file. The sentence also signals a shift inside the machinery. Once the state has decided what it will do, the accused becomes less valuable as a source. The period of extraction ends. There is less reason to preserve the body for information. The inquiry's priorities turn outward, to display, to deter, to reassure. The accused is moved from useful to finished. Finished is not mercy. It is administrative. This is where the affair's moral language does its hardest work. The sentence doesn't only punish alleged acts. It punishes what the accused represents, the audacity of unofficial authority, the commerce of private outcomes, the existence of a market beneath the court surfaces. It punishes the idea that a neighbor can hold leverage over respectable households. It is not only a verdict. It is a warning. Warnings are aimed at the living. The sentence speaks to other practitioners: disappear, become quieter, refuse the wrong clients, avoid patterns. It speaks to intermediaries: remember who can be sacrificed and who cannot. It speaks to clients: do not let your private needs become public, do not leave trails, do not forget the state's reach. It speaks to servants: your access makes you suspect, keep your silence. It speaks to the public: the threat has been identified, return to your routines. Routine is the monarchy's greatest ally. The sentence also performs a neat moral inversion. It frames the state as the protector of domestic life, even as the state has intruded into domestic life with brute force. It frames the state as the defender of virtue, even as virtue has been used as a political tool. It frames the scandal as deviance at the margins, even as the scandal drew its energy from the private appetites and anxieties of the respectable. This inversion works because it offers relief. Relief rarely asks for consistency. If the sentence is accepted, the city can stop looking over its shoulder. It can pretend the danger was contained in a person rather than dispersed through daily life. It can treat the affair as a nightmare that ended with punishment, rather than as a symptom that will recur. Recurrence is the truth the state doesn't want spoken. The sentence is meant to prevent recurrence by making an example. But examples have a limited power. They scare, and fear changes behaviour, but fear doesn't erase need. It doesn't create legal exits for women trapped in marriages. It doesn't remove the economic desperation that drives people to risky remedies. It doesn't solve the court's dependence on secrecy. What it does is push those needs deeper underground, where they are harder to see and easier to exploit. The state can punish visibility. It can't punish the human conditions that create markets. This is why the sentence feels both final and inadequate. Final, because it closes the public part of the story. Inadequate, because it cannot truly resolve what the scandal revealed. The court can declare a cleansing. The city can accept it. The record can be sealed. But the same pressures that produce the clandestine trade remain in place, and so the trade, or something like it, remains possible. A sentence ends a case. It does not end a world. For the accused, however, the sentence is absolute. It takes whatever life remains and places it on the state's timetable. It reduces a complex human story into a moral conclusion. It makes the person into an instrument one last time, an object lesson delivered at the point where fear and authority meet. The machinery has done what it was built to do. Now it will show the city the proof. Chapter 28, The Spectacle. A public execution is a message written in the body. It is not organized for the condemned. It is organized for the watching. The crowd is part of the mechanism. Their presence turns punishment into proof. Proof that the state is strong enough to seize, judge, and destroy. Proof that the threat has been located. Proof that fear can be discharged into fire and noise, and an ending that can be seen. Seen endings are the only kind that satisfy a frightened city. Paris understood spectacle instinctively. It had always relied on public ritual, processions, masses, ceremonies, to maintain the sense that order existed beyond individual lives. An execution fits into that logic. It takes a private terror and gives it a public shape. It turns the invisible into visible. It takes what has been whispered about in kitchens and corridors and forces it into the daylight where it can be controlled. Control is what spectacle performs. The condemned person arrives already simplified. By this stage, the record has done its work. The public doesn't see a woman with a history, with ordinary days, with the kinds of choices that look different when the options are poor. The public sees the symbol it has been taught to see, the neighbor who became the monster. A person becomes a category, poisoner, witch, corrupter, and categories do not require empathy. Empathy makes crowds unstable. So the spectacle strips the condemned of complexity and dresses the state in certainty. Even the route matters. A body moving through streets draws the city into the act. It makes punishment feel communal rather than imposed. It allows people to point and say that is the source. It invites them to participate in the ending, to carry part of the emotional burden by witnessing it. In return, they receive the reassurance they have been craving, that the danger is not diffuse anymore. It is here, in front of them, and it is being handled. Handled means destroyed. The crowd's role is not only to watch but to confirm the story. People come with rumors in their mouths. They come with fear that wants somewhere to land. They come with private guilt they want to bury under public righteousness. They come with curiosity, because curiosity is what scandal feeds. The public does not need to agree on details. It only needs to agree that this is deserved. Deserved is a word that smooths every rough edge. The state relies on that smoothing. It cannot allow the spectacle to feel ambiguous, because ambiguity invites doubt. Doubt invites questions. Questions invite the inquiry to reopen. The entire point of spectacle is to end the question. It does this through finality, fire, shouting, a body gone. Finality is a kind of anesthetic. For the public, it numbs the fear. For the court, it numbs the risk. For clients, it numbs the panic by giving them something to point at. It was her. The scapegoat's body makes denial easier. People can tell themselves they were deceived, bewitched, misled. They can imagine their own involvement as incidental, coerced by desperation, or not involvement at all. The spectacle offers them the psychological convenience of an ending that absolves. Absolution is what the city is really purchasing. The condemned does not receive absolution. If she is silent, silence can be interpreted as defiance. If she speaks, speech can be interpreted as further wickedness. If she prays, prayer can be interpreted as hypocrisy. The state has already chosen her meaning. Her actions are read through it. That is the last stage of her transformation into symbol. She no longer controls how she is seen, even as she is being seen. Seeing becomes an act of ownership. The crowd owns the story now. And the story the crowd owns is not careful. It is not nuanced. It is a story that serves needs. Fear needs a source, order needs a victory, private shame needs a scapegoat. The spectacle binds those needs together and releases them in a single moment that can be retold as moral certainty. Retelling is the real afterlife. The execution does not erase the affair. It fixes it in memory. People repeat what they think they saw. They repeat what they were told. They repeat what makes sense of their discomfort. And over time, repetition hardens into legend. The body disappears, the symbol remains. The details that were never fully proven become known. The uncertainties of testimony become certainties of story. A city that wants to forget chooses to remember in simplified form. After the spectacle, the inquiry can slow. The state can close files, end interrogations, allow the public's attention to drift. Officials can claim success. The court can repair its surface. Households can reassert their routines. Servants can try to become invisible again. The city can return to speaking carefully rather than speaking loudly. The spectacle creates that transition. It is the hinge between panic and silence. But the hinge is stained. Because spectacle does not heal. It does not repair the conditions that made the clandestine market possible. It does not give women safer exits, servants safer lives, households less dependence on secrecy. It does not correct the court's appetite for outcomes. It does not prevent the next crisis. What it does is teach everyone what happens when private solutions become public scandal. It teaches them to hide better. And it teaches the state how to end a crisis without changing the system that produced it. Find a body, make it carry the fear, burn it in public, declare order restored. The crowd goes home. The city exhales. And beneath the surface, the old needs remain, waiting for the next door that will open quietly. Chapter 29. After the smoke. After a spectacle, the city feels quieter, but it is not innocent. The noise drains away first, the shouting, the gossip sharpened into certainty, the crowd's hungry energy. What remains is a kind of exhaustion. Paris has spent itself on fear and then spent itself again on relief. It wants ordinary life back the way a drowning person wants air, not thoughtfully, not ethically, but desperately. So routines return. Markets open. Meals are cooked. Servants are sent on errands. The court continues to glitter. People speak about the scandal as if it belongs to a different Paris, a Paris that briefly surfaced and has now been submerged again. This is how a city protects itself from what it has done, by treating the ending as cleansing. Cleansing is a comforting lie. The smoke does not remove the conditions that fed the affair. It only obscures them. In the aftermath, the inquiry begins to shrink, not because every question has been answered, but because the state has achieved what it needed, a visible conclusion. Once the public has watched the ending, the political urgency drops. Officials can claim success. The court can stop feeling watched. The machinery can be slowed without appearing weak. The slowing is itself a decision. It is the state choosing calm over completeness. There are always more threads. There are always more names that could be pursued, more testimonies that could be re-examined, more deaths that could be reconsidered. But pursuing everything is a kind of self-destruction. The affair has already shown how far suspicion can spread. If the state continues to dig, it risks undermining the very authority it is meant to protect. It risks making the court's dependence on secrecy too visible. So the digging stops in the place where power can survive it. Stopping does not mean resolution. It means containment. This is the quiet difference between justice and governance. Justice, in the ideal sense, asks for completeness. Governance asks for stability. In Paris, stability wins. The state chooses an ending that restores routine, because routine is what keeps the hierarchy intact. A monarchy can survive crimes. It cannot easily survive the public belief that it has lost control. Control is not a fact. It is a shared agreement. After the smoke, the city is pressured into renewing that agreement. People learn what kind of story is safe to tell about the affair. They learn to speak as if the danger was entirely external, an infection that came from the margins and has been burned away. They learn not to linger on the ways the respectable fed the market. They learn not to press too hard on the inquiry's contradictions. They learn to adopt the official moral: wickedness existed, the king punished it, order was restored. This story allows everyone to move on without recognizing themselves. Moving on requires selective forgetting. The forgetting is not evenly distributed. Those with status can treat the affair as an unpleasant episode. They can reassert their respectability and let time do the rest. Those without status carry the after effects in their bodies and reputations. A servant questioned once is marked. A midwife named in testimony is marked. A woman who sought clandestine help is marked, even if she survives. The poor do not get to move on cleanly, because their lives offer fewer ways to rewrite the past. The past clings harder to the vulnerable. Even for those who are not arrested, the fear leaves residue. People learn to keep fewer confidants. They learn to burn letters. They learn not to speak a name unless it is necessary. They learn to use euphemism more carefully than before, because the affair has shown how euphemism can be translated into accusation. The city becomes more disciplined in its silence. Disciplined silence is a kind of victory for the state. It reduces the risk of future scandals. It also deepens the conditions that make clandestine markets thrive, because silence does not erase need. It only forces need into darker corners. If a woman cannot speak openly about pregnancy, she will seek help quietly. If a servant cannot complain about mistreatment, they will seek leverage quietly. If a courtier cannot admit fear, they will purchase reassurance quietly. The same pressures persist. They simply become harder to name. Harder to name means harder to reform. That is the real cost of after. The public learns to see the affair as a solved problem, and solved problems are not revisited. They become cautionary tales. They become entertainment. They become moral folklore about wicked women and gullible clients. They become a story that says, this was an exceptional moment when evil surfaced. Exceptional is the word that protects the system. But the affair was not exceptional in its roots. It was exceptional only in its visibility. The clandestine market existed because official structures were inadequate to human need. The court's vulnerability existed because power relied on secrecy. Domestic life was vulnerable because it depended on invisible labor. Women were trapped because the law offered them too few exits. None of that changes after the smoke. What changes is the city's willingness to admit it. Paris becomes more careful in the way it pretends. And that pretense, too, becomes part of the story's afterlife. It shapes how later generations speak about women who knew too much. It shapes the suspicion attached to folk medicine. It shapes the romance of witchcraft, as if it were only theater rather than sometimes a desperate form of agency. It shapes the persistent habit of blaming the marginal for the private compromises of the respectable. A scapegoat does not only carry a moment. It teaches a pattern. After the smoke, the pattern remains. A society learns that it can discharge its dread into a single body and call it purification. It learns that public violence can substitute for structural repair. It learns that an ending can be staged without the truth being complete. And it learns, above all, that silence is survivable. That lesson is what lingers in the air long after the crowd disperses. Not smoke. Not ash. Silence. Chapter 30. The story that survived. When the machinery stops, what remains is narrative. The state closes files. The court returns to ceremony. The city returns to its habits. But the story does not close. It moves into the places where people store discomfort, into gossip, into warning, into moral lesson, into entertainment. What survives is not necessarily what happened. It is what can be repeated without tearing the surface. This is how the affair becomes durable. It becomes a story about a woman. That is the simplest shape. A woman can be made to carry the scandal's meaning in a way a system cannot. A woman can be blamed for seduction, for corruption, for disorder, for secret knowledge. A woman can be turned into a cautionary tale that reinforces boundaries. Don't step outside your place, don't seek forbidden solutions, don't trust the neighbor who knows too much. The story that survives always has an agenda. Sometimes the agenda is obvious, moralizing about superstition, warning against witchcraft, reassuring the respectable that the threat has been identified and removed. Sometimes the agenda is subtler, a cultural fascination with female power framed as danger, a thrill in imagining the court secretly compromised, a comforting insistence that evil lives in particular bodies rather than in ordinary choices made under pressure. Comfort is what survival stories are designed to offer. Even horror can be comforting when it is framed as exceptional. This is why the most sensational claims tend to outlive the quieter realities. A woman seeking relief from an impossible pregnancy is not a story people want to hold for long. It is too close. It demands too much empathy. It implicates law, class, and cruelty. It reveals how thin the line is between virtue and survival. A sensational claim about secret rites, on the other hand, offers distance. It turns discomfort into spectacle. It allows condemnation without reflection. Condemnation is easier than recognition. The record too survives, unevenly. It survives in the way official archives do, as authority made tangible. People later treat it as fact because it is written, stamped, preserved. But the record is not a neutral mirror. It is a product of pressure and politics. It contains truth, but truth braided with coercion, with bargaining, with the court's line, with the state's need for an ending. The archive preserves what power could afford to preserve. So later retellings inherit the archive's distortions. They inherit its simplifications. They inherit its appetite for villains. They inherit its obsession with female wickedness as a form of explanation. They inherit the tendency to treat the clandestine market as an alien world rather than as a service economy created by unmet needs. And yet, the story survives because it is useful. It is useful to the state because it teaches obedience through fear. It is useful to the court because it suggests corruption was external rather than embedded. It is useful to respectable households because it allows them to deny their own desperation. It is useful to the public because it offers an ending that feels moral, wickedness punished, order restored. Usefulness is the real engine of memory. What is not useful is what disappears. The servants whose names appear briefly and then vanish. The women who were interrogated and released, marked forever but never famous. The midwives and healers who continued working in quieter ways, carrying knowledge that could not be acknowledged. The clients whose private lives were torn open and then resealed with silence. Their stories do not survive because they do not serve the neat moral. But they are where the affair truly lived. If the affair teaches anything beyond its spectacle, it is that a society will choose a story it can bear, even when that story is incomplete. It will choose a version of events that restores the surface, even when the understructure remains unchanged. It will choose villains who can be punished and forget the conditions that made those villains profitable. That choice is the final act of the scandal. It is not made once. It is made again each time the story is told. Each retelling is a small decision, to lean into horror or into context, to turn a woman into a monster or into an operator, to treat the court as shocked or as complicit, to treat the city as victim or as participant. The story that survives is the one that allows the teller to feel safe. Safety is the temptation. It is the temptation to keep distance from the people inside the story, to see them as categories rather than as humans, to accept the spectacle as justice, to accept the ending as cleansing. But if the point is to understand how Paris arrived here, how a clandestine market grew, how an inquiry fed on fear, how power managed scandal, then safety is the wrong posture. Understanding requires proximity. Not the proximity of gossip, but the proximity of looking at the conditions, the laws that trapped, the hierarchies that silenced, the appetites that demanded outcomes without consequence. It requires acknowledging that the affair was not simply a burst of wickedness, but a moment when private misery and public power collided and produced a story sharp enough to cut. That story has survived because it still satisfies old hungers. The hunger for villains. The hunger for purity. The hunger to believe the danger is always somewhere else. Paris is long gone in its old form, but the mechanism is familiar. A society panics, demands certainty, finds a body to carry the fear, stages an ending, then tells itself a story that allows it to forget. The story survives because forgetting is useful. And because the truth, messy, human, structural, asks too much of us. Chapter 31, The Reader's Temptation. A story like this invites an easy posture, Judgment. It offers the reader clean targets. A woman accused of monstrous acts. Clients who wanted outcomes without responsibility. Officials who built certainty out of fear. A court that protected itself while claiming moral authority. The record seems to place everyone in neat categories: wicked, gullible, cruel, corrupt, and the reader is tempted to stand above it all, safely modern, safely certain. That posture is understandable. It is also the same posture the city used to survive the scandal. Paris needed to believe that the danger lived in particular bodies and particular rooms. The reader can fall into a similar comfort, that the affair belonged to a different kind of people, in a different kind of world, with a different kind of moral logic. Distance makes the story easier to digest. Distance turns human choices into cautionary fiction. But distance is the enemy of understanding. The reader's temptation is to treat the affair as a freak event rather than as a system behaving predictably under pressure. A rigid hierarchy creates private desperation. Private desperation creates back doors. Back doors create markets. Markets accumulate secrets. Secrets become leverage. Leverage attracts fear. Fear attracts state intervention. State intervention requires an ending. The ending requires a scapegoat. The scapegoat becomes the story. That chain is not exotic. It is a human pattern. Another temptation is to treat the record as a map. To read each confession as a window into what really happened. To treat vivid testimony as proof. To accept the coherence of the archive as evidence of coherent reality. But the archive, in this case, is a machine output. It reflects pressure, incentives, boundaries, and political needs. It is less a photograph than a collage. A collage can still show truth, but not the kind that is easy to label. There is truth in the fact that people sought clandestine help. There is truth in the fact that some used substances to harm. There is truth in the fact that the court feared exposure. There is truth in the fact that the state used the scandal to reassert control. But the tidy story, that everything flowed from a single wicked center, should be treated with suspicion, because it is exactly the story the system needed. Need shapes narrative as surely as guilt shapes behavior. The reader's third temptation is empathy used as absolution. To feel sorry for the desperate and therefore excuse the harm. To be repelled by the accused and therefore deny the structural pressures that produced her market. To blame the system and therefore let individuals vanish into it. None of these postures is enough. A story like this requires the ability to hold multiple truths at once. That desperation is real, that cruelty is real, that agency exists, that constraint exists, that the state can be both necessary and vicious. Holding multiple truths is tiring. That is why societies reach for scapegoats. It is also why readers reach for simplified morals. The affair, told as legend, offers a moral that flatters the reader. This is what happens when people are superstitious, when women meddle, when the poor are immoral, when the state is vigilant. Or it offers the opposite flattering moral. This is what happens when institutions are cruel, individuals are only victims. Both versions allow the reader to feel clean. Clean is a fantasy. The reality is dirtier, a city full of people trying to survive, a court full of people trying to maintain power, a state trying to look omniscient, and an underground economy selling comfort, control, and sometimes harm. The scandal exposes how much of order depends on disavowed practices, quiet bargains, unofficial knowledge, invisible labor. The reader's temptation is to treat disavowal as hypocrisy rather than as structure. Hypocrisy makes it sound personal, almost petty. Structure makes it sound inevitable, and inevitability is terrifying. If the affair is structural, then it is not safely passed. It is a mirror that can appear in other places and other times. It suggests that when official channels fail to meet human needs, unofficial ones emerge. It suggests that when those unofficial channels become too visible, power responds with moral panic and spectacle. It suggests that a society can prefer a satisfying ending to an accurate one. Those suggestions are not comfortable. So the reader wants to retreat into judgment, into legend, into safety. This chapter exists to resist that retreat. Not by scolding, but by naming the trap of standing above a story that is about people doing what people do when they are cornered. The trap of treating violence as exceptional when much of it is ordinary. The trap of believing that the state's certainty is the same as truth. The trap of believing that a scapegoat can carry the whole burden of a society's fear. A scapegoat is always too small. Even when the acts are real, the scapegoat's function exceeds reality. This is why the story should not be consumed only as sensational history. It should be read as a study in what happens when private life becomes political theatre, when women's bodily knowledge becomes a target, when servants become both necessary and suspect, when the court's need for surfaces collides with the city's need for back doors, when fear becomes an administrative project. The reader's task is not to excuse. It is to see. To see how quickly language becomes evidence. To see how easily testimony becomes currency. To see how a city bargains for relief. To see how an ending can be manufactured without being complete. And to see, most of all, how the story that survives is often the story that protects the teller. If this book has any responsibility, it is to refuse that protection. Not because the past must be made more horrifying, but because it must be made more human. Human is where the danger begins, and human is where understanding has to stay. Chapter 32, The Door That Never Closed. The ending was meant to teach Paris that the door had been shut, that illicit markets could be crushed, that private desperation could be disciplined, that the state could reach into the back rooms and remove what it named corrupt. The spectacle was a public promise: this is finished. But doors like this do not close because a person is punished. They close only when the conditions that require them are removed. Paris did not remove those conditions. It reinforced them. It reinforced the culture of silence by demonstrating the cost of being named. It reinforced women's lack of sanctioned exits by treating unsanctioned solutions as moral contagion. It reinforced the fragility of domestic trust by teaching households to suspect their own servants. It reinforced the court's dependence on secrecy by proving, once again, that secrecy had to be protected at all costs. The scandal ended. The need did not. Need is the hinge that swings the door open again. A woman still wakes in a marriage that feels like a cage. A servant still hears the insult that reminds them they are disposable. A lover still learns they are pregnant at the wrong time, in the wrong household, with the wrong consequences. An inheritance still waits on a death that is taking too long. A rival still stands too close to favour. A body still breaks down in a city where illness is ordinary. These are not exceptional pressures. They are everyday life in a rigid world. When everyday life contains pressures that cannot be addressed openly, people seek back doors. They always have. They always will. The form changes, the language changes, the risk shifts, but the mechanism is stubborn. Where official channels fail, unofficial ones appear. The affair taught Paris to use those unofficial channels more carefully, not less. After the smoke, the clandestine market would not announce itself. It would become more selective, more insulated, more reliant on fewer intermediaries. Practitioners would learn to refuse clients who looked panicked, because panic is contagious and eventually public. Clients would learn to avoid patterns, to stagger visits, to use strangers rather than familiar messengers. Servants would learn to keep their mouths shut even when asked by friends, because speech had become dangerous. The door stays, but it becomes harder to see. That invisibility is not safety. It is simply deeper secrecy. Deeper secrecy creates a different kind of risk: less communal knowledge, fewer informal checks, more opportunity for exploitation. When a market goes further underground, the client has fewer protections. The practitioner has fewer reasons to behave cautiously. The exchange becomes more desperate, and desperation is where harm thrives. This is the irony of moral panic. It claims to cleanse, but it often sharpens the conditions for further harm. The affair also left Paris with a new habit, the habit of symbolic resolution. When fear spikes, find a body. When scandal spreads, build a story with a clear center. When the public is restless, stage an ending. These are political habits that do not disappear after one use. They become part of the state's repertoire. They become the method by which stability is restored without reform. Stability without reform is the Crown's preferred solution. Because reform requires acknowledging what the scandal revealed, that the social order produces private suffering, and private suffering produces private action. Private action becomes public only when it becomes useful as an example. That is the real lesson Paris absorbs. Not that wickedness has been removed, but that wickedness can be named when needed. A person may live quietly for years until their name becomes useful to someone else's story. A household may tolerate an arrangement until it becomes dangerous to tolerate. The boundary between tolerated and condemned is not always moral. It is often political. This makes the door feel haunted. Not haunted by supernatural force, but by uncertainty about what will be permitted and what will be punished. That uncertainty teaches people to maintain appearances more strictly. It teaches them to keep their worlds smaller. It teaches them to disguise need as virtue and desperation as decorum. Decorum becomes another lock. But locks do not stop pressure. They only force pressure to find weak points. So the door never truly closes. It waits in the same places it always waited, in kitchens, in servants' corridors, in women's rooms, in the back entrances of respectable houses, in the spaces where official power is least present and human need is most acute. It waits in the gap between what a society demands people be and what people can actually endure. That gap is the most reliable doorway there is. This is why the affair's ending is not, in the deeper sense, an ending at all. It is a pause in visibility. A pause in public attention. A pause that allows the surface to be rebuilt. Under the surface, the same mechanisms continue to turn. Private misery continues to seek private solutions. Power continues to protect itself through curated truth. The state continues to reach for spectacle when it needs certainty to be felt rather than proven. And people continue to do what people do when they cannot afford to ask openly. They knock. They whisper. They find the neighbor who is said to know. They open the door that never closed. Chapter 33, The Neighbor. In the end, it returns to a word that sounds harmless. Neighbor. It is a domestic word. It belongs to streets, shared walls, borrowed salt, overheard arguments, the quiet knowledge that other lives are happening close enough to touch. Paris was built from neighbors. It was a city where privacy was always partial, where households ran on the labor of people who were not family, where secrets moved through corridors as easily as smoke. A scandal like this needed a neighbor. Not a prince. Not a minister. Not a king. Someone close enough to feel plausible and small enough to be used. Someone who could be blamed without breaking the architecture of power. Someone whose work touched what the city could not bear to speak about openly. Bodies, desire, pregnancy, fear, money, endings. That is why her name held. Not because she was the only person doing what she was accused of doing, and not because the city was wrong to be frightened of harm, but because she was the figure into whom Paris could pour everything it did not want to claim as its own. When the affair is told as legend, the neighbor becomes a monster and the city becomes innocent. When the affair is read as a record, the neighbor becomes a junction and the city becomes visible. It is not comfortable visibility. It shows how quickly private suffering becomes a market. It shows how easily moral language is used to discipline what law cannot fix. It shows how power can feel threatened by the domestic sphere and respond by turning intimacy into evidence. It shows how the vulnerable are consumed first and remembered last. It also shows something simpler, that people will always seek a way out. A woman without legal exits looks for unsanctioned ones. A household trapped in appearances looks for back doors. A servant without protection looks for leverage. A client terrified of scandal looks for discretion. In a rigid society, the illicit is not an anomaly. It is an ecosystem. The affair did not destroy that ecosystem. It reorganized it. It taught the city what speech costs. It taught the underground how to hide. It taught the court how close it could come to exposure before demanding the line be held. It taught the public how to accept a scapegoat in exchange for relief. The neighbor paid for that lesson with her body. And the city, having watched the ending, allowed itself the comfort of believing the matter was finished. But history rarely gives us clean finishes. What it gives us are patterns. A society panics and demands certainty. Certainty is manufactured through pressure, through repetition, through the selective weighting of names. An inquiry expands until it becomes politically dangerous, then narrows until it becomes theatrically decisive. A figure is chosen to carry dread. A public ending is staged. Silence returns, sharper than before. Then the conditions that created the market continue to produce demand. The door that never closed opens again, quietly, somewhere else. There is no moral purity to claim from this story. Only a choice about how to read it. It can be read as a thrilling tale of wickedness uncovered and punished. It can be read as a cautionary fable about superstition and corruption. Or it can be read more honestly, as an anatomy of how power manages what it cannot solve, by naming it, containing it, and burning it in public. If there is judgment here, it is not only for the accused. It is for the system that needed her to be simple. For the court that could not afford its own reflection. For the city that preferred an ending to an understanding. And for the human impulse, then and now, to believe that danger is always elsewhere, carried by someone whose life we do not have to recognize as our own. A neighbor is never elsewhere. That is the unsettling truth Paris tried to scorch away. It did not succeed. Conclusion. The affair of the poison survives because it satisfies more than curiosity. It satisfies the need for a story that makes fear legible. In the official version, the state restores order by finding the source of corruption and removing it. In the enduring version, the public gets a monster and the court gets its surface back. These versions are not wholly false, but they are incomplete in the way that useful stories often are. What is harder to hold is the fuller picture, a city built on constraint, a court built on secrecy, and a clandestine market that offered outcomes to people who felt they had none. Within that market, harm was possible, and sometimes likely. Within that market, desperate acts were also possible, and sometimes inevitable. The inquiry that followed did not merely punish. It shaped reality through the way it demanded speech, rewarded accusations, and selected what it could safely make true. When the ending came, it delivered relief. Relief is not the same as justice. It is simply what a frightened society will accept in order to stop looking into its own darkness. If this book has offered anything beyond spectacle, it is the insistence that the darkness was not confined to one woman. It lived in the narrow places where law and compassion failed, where hierarchy required silence, where private life was treated as property, and where a neighbor's knowledge could become both a service and a threat. The door did not close. It never does. Because as long as people are forced to live within impossible constraints, they will seek impossible solutions. And as long as power needs to appear clean, it will look for bodies that can be made to carry what cannot be admitted. Paris chose its neighbor. Then it chose its silence. The rest is what remains. Epilogue. The ordinary city. Paris returned to itself the way it always did, by pretending it had never been frightened. The streets filled again with familiar motions, water carried, bread bought, linen aired, children scolded, lovers watched. The markets resumed their steady noise. The church bells continued to measure time. The court continued to glitter at a distance, as if glitter were proof of stability. The scandal became a story people told with their shoulders lowered. Not because it was understood, but because it had been ended publicly. A body had been taken, judged, destroyed. The state had performed its certainty. The crowd had played its part. After that, people could speak of the affair as something concluded, something sealed behind a moral. Conclusions are a kind of social mercy. They allow everyone to return to their own compromises without naming them. The compromise was always there. Paris was a city of thresholds, backstairs and front doors, servants' corridors and salons, private rooms and shared walls. Its order depended on invisible labor and selective attention. People survived by keeping certain truths small. Those truths did not disappear because the inquiry said they had vanished. They simply resumed their old position, close enough to matter, quiet enough to deny. Silence settled differently after the affair. Before, it had been etiquette and self-protection. After, it was education. Paris had been taught what a name could do once it entered a record. It had been taught how quickly a visit could become a confession, and a confession a scaffold. People learned to speak in softer outlines. They learned to be careful with laughter, careful with gossip, careful with what they allowed servants to hear. They learned not to let the city's hidden economy become too visible. Visibility had become the real danger. This lesson traveled through households like a second draft of memory. A woman who had once sought help quietly stopped mentioning it, even to herself. A servant who had carried a packet stopped admitting it had been carried. An acquaintance who had known the neighbor stopped describing her as familiar. Everyone revised their own past to keep their present safer. The revision was not only self-interest, it was fatigue. People were tired of fear. They wanted clean edges again. Clean edges require forgetting. The state wanted forgetting too. A scandal is useful while it strengthens authority. It becomes inconvenient once it threatens to linger. Officials closed files, redirected attention, allowed the city to exhaust itself. The court repaired its surface. The public was given permission to stop looking. In time, the affair became less a living danger and more a cautionary object, something to point at, not something to remain inside. Yet the conditions that created the clandestine market did not burn away. They remained in the laws that offered few exits. They remained in the hierarchies that demanded appearances. They remained in the domestic dependence on invisible hands. They remained in the small violences that rarely make records: the trapped marriage, the threatened reputation, the pregnancy that could not be carried without ruin, the inheritance delayed by a body that refused to die on schedule. Those pressures do not ask permission to continue. So the door did not close. It became quieter, harder to see, more careful. The market learned. The clients learned. The servants learned. Paris learned. The state learned too, how to end a crisis without correcting its causes, how to stage purification as closure, how to teach a city to police its own speech. It was an education delivered by fire. And then the city did what it always does after fire. It rebuilt the surface. Bibliography. Primary sources and archival collections. Archives nationales, France. Chambre Ardente/Affaire de Poisons, trial and investigation records, interrogations, depositions, sentences. Bibliothèque nationale de France, BNF, Gallica. Contemporary and later compiled documents relating to the affair of the poisons, including published editions derived from Bastille papers. La Rainey, Gabriel Nicolas de. Papers and correspondence concerning the policing and investigation of the affair of the poisons. Secondary sources. Funk Brentonneau, France. Le Drame de Poisons, Études sur la société du XVIe siècle et plus particulièrement la cour de Louis XIV d'après les archives de la Bastille. Paris, 1899. Somerset, Anne. The Affair of the Poisons, Murder, Infanticide and Satanism at the Court of Louis XIV. London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 2003. Petitfils, Jean Christian. L'Affaire de Poisons, Psychos à la Cour de Louis XIV. National Geographic France, feature article. Authors not listed in snippet. Poisoning at the Court of the Sun King, The Affair of the Poisons. Forensic Science International, reports, review/article. Reference works and overviews. Encyclopædia Britannica, Affair of the Poisons. Ministère de la Justice, France. L'Affaire de Poisons. Optional popular/tertiary reading. Atlas Obscura. The Scandalous Witch Hunt That Poisoned 17th Century France. Wikipedia contributors. Affair of the Poisons.